Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto world as the legendary Konoha outsider. Let the tale begin. Chapter 21, Rising Potential. Henge no Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, is more complicated than the Bunshin no Jutsu, Clone Jutsu, said Mariboshi to his eager student. What you learned right now was to create an illusory clone with no substance, but Henge no Jutsu allows a shinobi to manipulate your body itself, which has substance. Mariboshi stopped when Takuma raised his hand. Takuma said, I haven't transformed yet, so I don't know, but according to the Jutsu scroll I have, the Jutsu lets us transform into another person, animals, plants, and even inanimate objects, which is fine and extremely useful, but the scroll also said that user will gain the attributes and physical features of whatever they transform into, such as a weapon's sharpness or an animal's fangs. I find that hard to believe. And why is that? A smile bloomed on Mariboshi's face. His student was curious as ever. It is supposed to be one of the Academy 3, the easiest of jutsu to learn, which aren't even used in real-life situations often. But if I could transform into a strong metal, something like titanium, then wouldn't I be impervious to most attacks? If someone is pursuing me and I have no way to lose them or fend them off, can't I just transform into a roadside pebble? A kunai coming to the chest? Pebble. Chained to a wall? Pebble. Infiltration mission? Pebble, that is. Dozens of shinobi transformed into pebbles in a civilian's backpack, Takuma said with an incredulous look on his face. Isn't this too overpowered? I mean, just from the top of my head, I can think of a dozen uses. Give me a day, and I will have a list of at least 100 different scenarios. Mariboshi laughed merrily. Ever since the day he had started formally teaching Takuma, not one day had gone by since he hadn't said something amusing. Children have a vigor that I have long lost, Mariboshi sighed in thought. This scroll you say you have, he said, did you read the entirety of it? I believe the Jutsu scroll for Henge no Jutsu would be fairly long in its length. A blush immediately appeared on Takuma's face, almost extending down to his neck. Of course, Mariboshi smiled. As curious as he knew Takuma to be, he was almost as hasty, if not more, always charging forwards as if he was in a hurry, never taking a moment to stop and enjoy his surroundings. Isn't every child the same? Mariboshi thought. If you read ahead, you would have found detailed research on the Jutsu. There are many restrictions associated with Henge no Jutsu. Yes, while you can transform into inanimate objects, the point about assuming the object's attribute is partially false. If you transform into forged steel and have someone stab you with a kunai, it will still harm you. The wounds will show when the jutsu is released or broken. If you transform your hand into an animal's claw, your grip strength will remain the same, and your claws will be as sharp as a butter knife. Henge no Jutsu can indeed change the body's shape and size, and from the outside, everything would look the same, but even a civilian would immediately know something's wrong from a single touch. The more you deviate from your natural shape, the harder it is to transform, and the poorer the quality of transformation will be. What about the pebble? Takuma asked with a frown. Mariboshi shook his head. One of the restrictions has to do with mass. You can't deviate much from your body's original mass. That limit is defined by your skill, and while you can breach that limit, Takuma's eyes shined. It requires a tremendous amount of chakra. Even the Hokage would find it difficult to muster enough chakra to transform into a pebble for a couple seconds, and after that, they would suffer from chakra exhaustion. Not at all ideal. Takuma looked like a dog with drooping ears. Shinobi only use it to transform into other people because it doesn't deviate much from the human body's shape, and the mass requirement is eased considerably when transforming to another person because of similar structure and composition. Moreover, transforming into inanimate objects requires a great deal of familiarity with the target object, Mariboshi sighed. All in all, even if we discount the chakra requirements, the amount of effort required to make it usable is not worth it for most shinobi. Takuma folded his hands and frowned as he was not convinced. Mariboshi wasn't concerned about that. Takuma was bound to learn with time, and letting him figure it out on his own was in no way a detriment to his growth. After all, making mistakes and learning from them was the best way to learn. I implore you to read the Jutsu scrolls on your own time. It is normal if you don't understand everything, but knowing more will help you perform an easier and better quality execution. Maraboshi clapped his hand once. Enough talking, let us move on to executing the Jutsu. You need a target to transform into. Takuma perked up and stood up straight at attention. I know the hand seals. I can transform into you, he said. Maraboshi shook his head. It's good that you know the hand seals, but I am not a good target for a beginner. I weigh roughly twice as much as you, and our height is substantially different. It is doable as we both are humans, but the amount of chakra for each attempt is not suitable for training. We need a target similar in size to you so that you won't tire out fast even if you fail. Even if you fail, Maraboshi thought. Takuma had learned Bunshin no Jutsu too quickly. It had taken 3 tries. 3! It was too quick. Even if Takuma was some kind of prodigy, learning a jutsu after 3 tries was more than extraordinary. He could have understood if Takuma was experienced in invoking ninjutsu and was working on a jutsu similar in nature to one he already knew. Learning a new katan, fire release, jutsu after being well versed in katan, Gokakyu no jutsu, fire release, great fireball jutsu, but Bunshin no jutsu was Takuma's first ever jutsu, and he had pulled it off to perfection. After 3 tries he created multiple clones to boot. Is he a prodigy? Maraboshi had been teaching Takuma for nearly half a year now, and after observing the young child's progress during that time, Maraboshi couldn't classify Takuma as a prodigy. Takuma was a fast learner, no 2 ways about that. He had seen Takuma pick up things blazingly fast. Takuma spoke with a wit unlike that of an 11-year-old. Maraboshi frequently found himself feeling he was talking to some. He was amazingly quick with numbers and calculations, as though he had an abacus in his head, and displayed a shockingly deep understanding of history, shinobi or otherwise. In their occasional conversations, Takuma had expressed opinions and views that looked at history and current affairs from various points of view, like social, economic, political, diplomatic relations between clans or villages, and many other than applied. A shinobi must see underneath the underneath. If some other child had said it, Maraboshi would have brushed it off with a chuckle, but when it came from Takuma, he felt like the young boy of 11 meant it. Takuma was a sheer beginner at tactics and strategies, and he took some time to learn the lessons, but what he knew, he used well enough to get the applause of appreciation. I will give you another target to transform into. Maraboshi weaved the hand seals and felt a flush of chakra spread into every inch of his body. The familiar feeling of being submerged in water enveloped him, causing him to hold his breath without meaning to, despite knowing there was no actual water around him. It has been a while since I have been at this height. Maraboshi looked at Takuma, who was now at his eye level. Or am I at his eye level? Is this you? Takuma asked, his eyes wide as he took in Maraboshi's appearance. The usually old man looked shockingly young, so young that he had shrunken down in height. All of his wrinkles and blemishes had disappeared as if they didn't exist, and the gray locks tied in a ponytail had turned into a youthful black. Maraboshi couldn't see his own appearance, but he nodded. This is how I imagine how I looked when I was your age. Imagined? Visualization is key in Henge no Jutsu, young, no. Friend Takuma, Maraboshi grinned, and even Takuma laughed. I only know my appearance from photo albums and my memories, and thus I could only mimic what I remember from them. Who knows, I might have made some mistakes. Takuma went silent and looked contemplative. Maraboshi's eyes shined. Takuma wasn't a shinobi prodigy such as the likes of Hatake Kakashi, neither did he display the mesmerizing intellectual prowess as that of Nara Shikaku. His taijutsu skills were as far away as they could be like those of the Rising Star, the Green Beast, my guy. He didn't even possess a Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limit, he could fall back upon. But he did possess one crucial skill. Everyone observed things around them, they saw, they listened, and they felt, but only a few ever used all of those observations to ask the right questions. If I don't visualize properly, I might get caught. Takuma frowned. No, that would make the jutsu useless in the field. You can't expect the target to stand in front of you until you have perfectly memorized their appearance. That's ridiculous. Then does that mean, most of the time, a perfect imitation isn't possible? He went silent for a moment before his eyes shined. You don't have to perfectly copy someone, he said. There it was. The edge of Mariboshi's lips tugged up. You can copy someone just close enough that it doesn't raise suspicion at first glance. I don't think I will notice things like a slight difference in height, weight, and build, Takuma said, slowly as if thinking about every word he spoke. Yeah, I think I've read this somewhere. Rest you can make up with clothes, posture, way of talking, and other idiosyncrasies unique to the person by observing the person from afar? He frowned at Mariboshi, but you still have your original voice. How do you fix something like that? There was a full smile on Mariboshi. There were times Takuma's deductions would go to outrageous places, but that was okay. As long as he kept asking the right questions, those deductions would become increasingly accurate as he learned more and gained experience. Mariboshi opened his mouth, and a boyish young voice came out of his mouth. By hard practice and some chakra manipulation. Teach me that, Takuma said with an amazed look. His expression calmed down, and another frown made up on his face, but picking out idiosyncrasies of people must take time. Wouldn't that be difficult on missions? So hasty, thought Mariboshi. Shinobi who go on missions that require disguising always do recon until they're confident to pull it off. Henge no Jutsu is only one tool in the box, many other skills go into pull off a believable disguise. But for now, let's focus on this one tool. Try replicating this appearance. Takuma nodded. He didn't immediately weave the hand seals. Instead, he walked around Mariboshi, who stood still and let Takuma observe him. Okay, I'm ready. Let me try it, Takuma nodded as he formed the dog hand seal. The first attempt failed, then the second, then a third. Mariboshi encouraged Takuma to continue and gave tips. After half an hour, Takuma had failed dozens of times. That day, Takuma tried to cast the Henge no Jutsu until the last minute before he had to absolutely leave to get ready for the academy. But he couldn't even transition to the second hand seal. Mariboshi watched the downtrodden Takuma's back as he walked away. Maybe it was a fluke, he thought. Chapter 22, A Minor Win. Another day rolled in, and like every morning, Takuma found himself in the middle of the field, sitting on the ground, doing the post-training stretches so he could leave the training session and return to get his day started. You seem down, young Takuma, Mariboshi, performing the same stretches by the side, asked. Takuma pursed his lips into a line. I think it'd be better to practice the hand seal combination of two seals before trying to learn Henge no Jutsu, transformation jutsu. Mariboshi looked surprised. Takuma stretched his torso forward to grab the sole of his outstretched feet with his hands. He repeatedly knocked his forehead on his shin with an inaudible groaning. It had been a few days since Takuma had begun learning the Henge no Jutsu. Every morning, Mariboshi would set out a quarter of an hour in their time to guide him on the jutsu. Throughout the day, Takuma would try to cast the jutsu in his free time and during the scheduled period during his evening training. But no matter how many times he tried, the chakra rattled out of his control, failing the jutsu invocation. He couldn't understand. After learning the Bunshin no Jutsu, clone jutsu, in 3 tries, why was Henge no Jutsu taking so much time? He couldn't even get past the first hand seal. It looked like he had lucked out by making clones. A horrifying thought appeared in Takuma's mind. What if Bunshin no Jutsu was to him what Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, was to Naruto? The blonde protagonist has learned the highly advanced jutsu quickly, clearly showing an affinity with the jutsu. What if Takuma's special affinity was associated with Bunshin no Jutsu, a useless jutsu that couldn't even be used in the field? Takuma felt sick in the stomach. You must not feel down about the jutsu, Mariboshi said with a kind smile. It took your classmates much longer than you to perform the Henge no Jutsu than you have been trying. You will be able to perform it one day. My classmates were 8 years old. I'm almost 11, I should learn the jutsu faster than them. It had taken him 7 months, but he had covered nearly 4 years of academy theoretical material. Why should learning jutsu be any different? Takuma got up and half-heartedly dusted himself. I will go. Thanks for today, he said to Maraboshi before heading out to the training field. On the way home, Takuma began thinking about the graduation test. The first attempt was in less than 2 weeks. Thinking about getting the exam made Takuma's body feel heavy. According to the chatter he had heard from his classmates' conversation, the test was divided into 2 parts, a theoretical and a practical portion. Both portions were divided into subparts. The theoretical portion consisted of a standard pen and paper test and a face-to-face oral viva voce with an invigilator. The practical portion was made up of a taijutsu spar, a weapon handling part, a demonstration of the Academy 3, and a miscellaneous part in which the invigilator could ask anything that hadn't been asked. There wasn't a single part of the test he felt he could perform well. He still had 1 year of academic material left that set him back in the pen and paper test. There was nothing to be said about his taijutsu skills. His shuriken jutsu had exceeded the passable grade, but they were nothing spectacular. Bunshin no Jutsu was the only Academy 3 he could perform. He could only hope that he would luck out in the viva voce questioning and the miscellaneous portion of the practical portion, and the invigilator would ask him something he knew. Takuma sighed. He didn't have high hopes for his luck helping him. Fates hadn't been good to him in a while. In the academy classroom, Takuma tapped the back of the pencil against his desk. His time in the academy was dedicated to learning the theoretical material so that he could focus on practical skills after school hours. But today, he couldn't concentrate. The thought of opening the book seemed like a massive downer. Ugh, what don't they understand by silence in the classroom? Takuma frowned deeply, and his pencil tapping became more forceful. He preferred background noise to pin-drop silence during studying. It helped him concentrate. He regularly used the classroom whispers and Kai's voice as his background noise. He welcomed them. But today, they seemed unbearable to listen to, stroking the fire of irritation he felt. There was only one time in the militant drill sergeant like Kai's lessons that the class dared to talk above whispers. Takuma didn't have to open his eyes to know that Kai was in front of the classroom, personally guiding one of his classmates with either Henge no Jutsu or Bunshin no Jutsu. Every day, Kai would call some of his students, one at a time, and ask them to demonstrate one of the Academy 3. The demonstration would be followed by a guidance session with Kai pointing out the discrepancies and providing possible tips. Nothing to do with me, Takuma thought as bitterness grabbed him. Kai had stopped calling him long ago. After numerous times failing to even produce a faulty clone or transformation, it seemed Kai had given up. He was delighted when he realized he wasn't being called anymore. He didn't have to embarrass himself in front of the entire classroom anymore, Takuma had thought with delight. But now! Takuma clicked his tongue. Now that he could mold chakra and even perfectly perform the Bunshin no Jutsu, the sweet delight had turned into burning bile. The realization that he had been given up on and deemed a failure and lost cause brought feelings up from deep within. Sensei, an annoying voice cut through the chit-chat, you haven't called Takuma up in months. Why is that? Takuma's eyes snapped open, and he lifted his chin from his palm to look around the class to find the source of the voice. He knew who it was before he found Henge sitting on the other side of the classroom with his posse of friends on the backbench. The Inuzuka boys smirked at Takuma, showing he knew exactly what he was doing. Takuma clenched his jaw but kept his expression schooled. I'm unaffected. He repeated the words like a chant in his mind. He couldn't give Henge the satisfaction of getting any sort of reaction out of him. Oh, shut up, Henge. Do you have no shame? Another voice sounded from another part of the classroom. Takuma turned to the front of the classroom and saw a brunette girl with shoulder-length cinnamon brown hair staring up at Henge with a frown. Okubo Momo. Takuma recognized the girl, and his eyes narrowed when he felt a sense of green jealousy burn inside him. He flexed his neck and tensed his body until an intense wave of jealousy passed through him. He let out a deep breath as he relaxed his body. He held no strong feelings towards Okubo Momo, but the same couldn't be said about the boy, the original Takuma. After living in the body for half a year, he realized that even though the boy hadn't left behind his memories, he had left something else behind. Takuma had recognized Kaibe when he had found himself in the boy, he had found his way home the same day, and similarly, some things brought up the remnants in the form of emotions/sentiments. Momo invoked the boy's sharp sense of jealousy. After observing the girl for a week or so, Takuma deduced the reason behind the sentiment. Among their peers, Momo placed at the top in terms of academic scores and practical shinobi skills. No matter what it was, from ninjutsu to strategy, Momo was good at literally everything, a true overachiever, the perfect shinobi candidate. She wasn't as good as Uchiha Izumi when it came to taijutsu or had the chakra control rivaling Inuzuka Hana or raw power compared to Akimichi Hideaki, but whatever it was, if she wasn't number one, she was number two. And at least number two in everything was much more competent than number one at one thing. She had a natural charisma that attracted people to her, and when combined with her skills, it was only natural that she sat on the top of the social ladder. On top of that, Okubo Momo came from a civilian background, with her parents owning a business in Leaf Village. Her detractors couldn't even point out that her skills were cultivated with the help of a shinobi clan. She's everything the boy isn't, was Takuma's theory behind the feeling of jealousy. The boy was a poor student, Momo could seemingly do everything. The boy had no friends, Momo was surrounded by people who wanted to be her friends. The boy was ignored, Momo was praised. The boy would return home to nobody waiting for him, Momo would be greeted by a complete family back home. What? I was just... We know what you're doing, so stop it, you jerk. Momo turned to the other Inuzuka in the class and said, "Control your rabid brother, Hana." Hana narrowed her eyes. "Oh yeah, what are you going to do about it if I don't?" Her 3 ash-gray ninkin jumped up on the table, staring at Momo. Henge snorted in laughter, looking confident with his cousin supporting him. "Know your place, O-Cube," he said. "Oh, shut your trap, Henge," Hana glared at Henge. Izumi sitting beside Hana looked at the quarreling parties and tried to abate the situation. "Let's not fight, okay? We can talk about this calmly," she said. But Momo was already exchanging words with Henge and Hana. Takuma observed the situation from his seat. Momo and the Inuzukas were now fighting with each other, forgetting that he was the initial subject of the discussion, which Takuma preferred. But it seemed not everyone had forgotten about it. "Takuma, come up," Kaibe sighed. Takuma could feel the eyes following him as he walked down the classroom steps toward the front. He looked up at Kaibe, who had only called him up because he was called out by Henge. Takuma could see Kaibe didn't want to do this, and seeing that look, he felt his mood sour more than before. "Show me Bushin no Jutsu," Kaibe said, his tone giving the impression he wanted to get this over as soon as possible. Takuma raised a brow. Was luck finally going his way? He straightened up and joined his hands to form the hand seals for the Bunshin no Jutsu. Ram, snake, tiger. Poof! The smoke cleared, and 2 clone Takuma stood alongside the real Takuma. The raucous laughter from Henge abruptly stopped as the entire classroom went silent. Every pair of eyes were focused on the 3 Takuma standing in front of the classroom. Takuma could practically hear their thoughts. The only person in the room who couldn't do a jutsu to save his life now had 2 clones standing with him. Kaibe stared at Takuma and clones with his eyes wide in surprise. Several seconds passed in silence between Kaibe and Takuma as they stared at each other. "Can I go back now?" Takuma asked. Kaibe's eyes widened more. He was looking at the Takuma who stood nearest to him, but the Takuma who had spoken now was the one standing the furthest to him. He reached out his hand to the Takuma to him, and it passed right through, and when he clenched his fist, Takuma disappeared like he never existed. Kaibe's eyes didn't move to the real Takuma who had spoken but to the other clone who remained. Takuma titled his head, confused by the action. Maybe he's observing the quality of my clone, he thought. "You can go now," Kaibe said. Takuma dispersed the clone and walked back to his seat. He kept his eyes straight ahead. He didn't look at Henge or Momo or Izumi or anyone. He sat down on his seat, took out his book, and started reading. Even though he was no longer irritated and not in the mood to study, he still couldn't concentrate on the words as his eyes cruised over the page. He was too busy keeping the smile off his face. Today's academy was fun, he felt. Chapter 23, An Unlucky Break. Takuma's chin rested on his palms with his fingers cupping his face. His right foot had grown a mind of its own and wouldn't stop fidgeting. His stomach also didn't seem to be doing well from all the gurgling he was hearing from inside. He restlessly looked around the noisy classroom that matched his nervous energy. His classmates sat in groups around the room, huddled together, discussing among themselves. Only he sat alone in the corner. He wondered what they were talking about and if it could come up in the graduation test that was about to happen. Time had passed in the blink of an eye, and it had already been over 7 months since he had found himself in the fictional world, inhabiting an unknown orphan's body. The 7 months were the most challenging times he had ever lived through. Everything from the looming threat of becoming a shinobi with no skills to survive to the immediate financial situation had him look at things he had never done before. His sense of priorities had revised more in these months than in all the years he had lived in his previous life. Akimichi Hideaki. The classroom doors slid upon with a rattle. Kai peeked in and called for the next student in line. The bulky Akimichi stood up from his desk, where already eaten packaged food wrappers had piled up. The usually taciturn Hideaki, who rarely showed exaggerated expression on his chubby face, looked visibly unsettled. The back of his red Samu was drenched in sweat. Even more shocking was the unopened bag of chips in Hideaki's hands. As long as there was something in his hands, he was eating it, and seeing that the bag remained sealed illustrated how Hideaki was feeling. Takuma rubbed the side of his palm, stained with blue ink marks. The pen and paper part of the theoretical portion was already done first thing in the morning. His performance hadn't been satisfactory. The plan from the start had been to correctly attempt 50% of the paper, as that was the passing grade for the test. He wanted to at least pass the test on his first attempt and improve in the subsequent attempts. Takuma clenches his right hand tightly, digging his trimmed nails into the flesh. He had attempted 50% of the paper as planned, but those attempts weren't correct. Coming out of the examination hall, Takuma knew how many of his attempts were correct. His answers weren't enough to get him a passing grade. I should have focused more on history and tactics, he thought with regret. His approach to exam preparation was to focus on his strengths and practice them enough to easily answer any related question. The efforts bore fruit. Takuma responded to math, physics, and finance questions with ease. But he had been horrible at tactics and strategy. Half of the questions he didn't even know how to answer, the ones he knew he couldn't see through to a final answer. It didn't help that the topics he had learned from Maraboshi were too different from what came in the test. What hurt the most was history, which he considered to be a moderate strength. The questions that came were from topics he had strategically chosen to set aside in order to manage time in preparation. The questions from his strengths didn't have enough weightage in the question sheet to get him to pass. And he knew he hadn't done well enough in other topics to bridge the gap. The Viva Voce was yet to be conducted. Takuma prayed to the fates that the invigilator would ask easy questions, or better, those he knew the answer to. Every other minute or 3, Kai would step through the door and call for one student. With every student left, the classroom became emptier as those who left didn't return, which displeased all. If the people who went for the test returned, those yet to be called could have calmed their nerves by hearing the account of those already tested. Takuma. He stood up in a rush upon hearing his name. If his chair wasn't a long bench bolted to the floor, Takuma would have knocked it back. He gathered his belongings into the pouches on his person and scuttled out of the room. Outside the classroom, Kaib led him across the corridor to the testing hall. The invigilators will first test your bukijutsu, weapon skills, then ask you two to demonstrate ninjutsu, followed by a taijutsu spar, and end it with something of their choice, Kaib said, breaking the silence. Spar against whom? Asked Takuma. One of the invigilators. Takuma narrowed his eyes. He had assumed and preferred that it would be one of his classmates so that he could adjust his plan going into the fight in accordance with their fighting style. The Invigilators are senior chunin. The aim of the spar isn't to beat them but to show them the full breadth of your skill, said Kaiba. Takuma nodded. He had figured out that much. The pair reached the testing hall, which Takuma recognized to be an auditorium hall. It was used when the academy needed a large space indoors. He hadn't been inside because their class never needed it, but he knew it was used for the graduation ceremony. Kaiba put his hand on the handle slit in the door but didn't open it right away. He looked at Takuma and asked, "How many of the Academy 3 can you do?" Takuma was taken aback at the sudden question. Kaiba had never expressed any interest in him in any form, making surprise the natural reaction in the situation. If you can do all 3 and your paper is decent, even if you do badly in everything else, there's a real chance you could pass. Pass in this and improve in the next 2 attempts. You did Bunshin no Jutsu, Clone Jutsu, that day, can you do the other 2 as well? Since the day Takuma had performed the Bunshin no Jutsu in class, Kaiba hadn't called him up again. Takuma knew Kaiba had long given up on him, and it made him wonder why he was bringing this up now. Is he feeling a late sense of responsibility? Takuma thought, or was it guilt that Kaiba was feeling? Whatever it was, Takuma didn't care. His attention was caught by something else Kaiba had said. Pass in this and improve in the next 2 attempts. Did that mean that the final result was an aggregate of the 3 attempts like he suspected? That didn't bode well for Takuma. After all, he hadn't done decently in his paper, neither could he pull off all Academy 3. Takuma pursed his lips and shook his head. Kaiba sighed and shook his head to himself. All right. Just remember to be polite and follow whatever they say to the word. He opened the door and ushered Takuma in. The auditorium hall had wooden flooring with a raised stage on one end that had large velvety blue curtains framing it. The hall had been cleared out for the purpose of today. The floor had seemingly been divided into regions with shinobi in the standard leaf shinobi gear of green flak jacket over blue interacting with Takuma's classmates. All the shinobi had a clipboard in their hand, making them invigilators. Looking up, there was a corridor with railings that crossed 3 sides of the hall sans the wall above the stage. The corridor had similarly dressed shinobi looking down at the testing process. These shinobi didn't have clipboards in their hands. Were they looking out for attempts at cheating? Takuma thought for a moment before walking to the shinobi waving a hand in his direction. Are you Takuma? Asked the invigilator. He had buzz-cut hair and a large beard that looked like it had been groomed to give it the proper shape and texture. The man then asked for ID when Takuma nodded. Takuma presented his academy ID card, which the man studied along with Takuma for half a minute before returning it. All right, now that's out of the way, I'll be testing your Bukijutsu. What all weapons can you use? Kunai, shuriken, and senbon, said Takuma, feeling something was off about the framing of the question. Anything else? Takuma was taken aback. Was he expected to learn how to wield more weapons? Did that carry some importance? No, he said. Thinking about that was useless when he didn't have enough mastery of the basic 3. You see the targets there, the invigilator pointed at the circular bullseye around them. Some were bound to the walls, others sat on the stands, hit them with kunai and shuriken. As for senbon, throw them at me. Takuma curled his brow, but the invigilator didn't seem to be jesting. Kaiba's reminder of the invigilators being chunin flashed through Takuma's mind, making him return a nod. He wasn't going to hurt a chunin with his skill. The invigilator pointed to a nearby table populated with weapons and told him to use those. Takuma counted the number of targets and picked the same number of kunai and shuriken along with 4 senbon. The table also had swords, daggers, nunchucks, chained weapons, knuckle-based arms, bowstaffs, and various other choices. The variety of weapons present told him the answer to his previous question. Takuma observed the weapons in his hands. The weight on them was off, they were either too light or heavy from the standard issue synonymous with every weaponsmith in the Leaf Village. A couple kunai that weighed correctly had an off balance. He glanced at the invigilator and found the man observing him. Takuma put the weapons into his pouches. Switching them wasn't an option as the kunai had a special wrapping on the handle, the shurikens were engraved, and the senbon had a bronze sheen on them. "Start," said the invigilator. Thwip! A kunai struck the farthest target on the wall, missing the red center by a couple centimeters. Takuma didn't need to cheat by switching. Thwip! 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 One by one, all targets had kunai and shuriken sticking out of them. Faulty weapons weren't a problem to him. All of his personal cache of weapons were bought from scrap boxes full of defective and damaged pieces. Broken tips, chipped edges, bent blades. He had practiced hours upon hours using weapons that had problems. A perfectly weighted and balanced shuriken was predictable. It allowed the user to know exactly how it would react when thrown. Faulty weapons would deviate based on their defect. He had simply learned to detect the defect, predict the deviation, and adjust his form. The result was every throw of his hitting the target. Yes, he missed the bullseyes on most of his throws and had thrown every weapon one at a time. But he wasn't going to pull something beyond his skill to impress the invigilator. That was just inviting failure. The invigilator scribbled down something on his clipboard. "That leaves senbon," he said. Takuma threw the 4 faulty senbon towards the invigilator. The bearded man dodged one, caught another, and made the back of his clipboard become the target of the remaining 2. "I will ask again, can you wield another weapon?" Takuma shook his head. "All right, we are done here." The weapons invigilator looked at Takuma and said, "I hope by the next attempt, you will increase your accuracy more. If you're missing the center here, you will miss the target completely in the field where a dozen things are making aiming difficult for you." He plucked a senbon from his clipboard. With senbons, you need to target vitals that can be damaged by a thin needle, or you need to study my posture and target places that will be difficult for me to evade or block. Takuma held back a groan. The advice about accuracy was nothing new, but the senbon part made him want to poke his eyes out with them. He had simply thrown them toward his face and chest without thought. It absolutely made sense to target vitals, but he had been practicing on round target boards or painted circles on trees that he had let the importance of anatomy slip his mind. This was going to affect his grade. But it was too late to change things, thus the mention of the next attempt. You can continue to the next part of the test. Chapter 24, The Test Finale. The different parts of the test were placed around the auditorium in a zigzag manner along the length of the hall. The Bukijutsu part was placed near one wall, and to go to the next part, Takuma had to go toward the other wall. "Good afternoon, child. Are you Takuma?" The next invigilator was a middle-aged woman with thick gray streaks on either side of her head. She wore unique earrings that looked like miniature explosive tags, but instead of paper, they were made from a thin but rigid and glossy material. "Yes, ma'am," said Takuma instinctively. The woman gave that vibe. Good, good. How are you feeling today? Nervous?" she asked with a gentle smile. When Takuma nodded, she continued, "It's okay to feel nervous, but there's nothing to be worried about. For this portion of the test, you simply have to show me all of the Academy 3. Relax and take your time, there's no hurry," she smiled sweetly. Takuma's stomach felt queasy. He knew this part of the test was going to be bad, and he had prepared himself for it. He was going to put on the best Bunshin no Jutsu, clone Jutsu, of his life. But the ninjutsu invigilator was so supportive that Takuma felt embarrassed about what he was about to show her. "Let's start with Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution jutsu," she said and pointed to what seemed like a stuffed leather bag. The way it depressed on the floor made it look heavy, not an ideal substitute to be used in the jutsu. Takuma stared at the leather bag for a moment. He turned to the invigilator, and with pursed lips, he said, "I can't do it." The invigilator looked confused for a moment. "It's okay, Takuma. You can take your time to prepare and try, there's no need to rush," she said. "I can't perform it. I have never performed the jutsu successfully, and I know I can't do it here even if I tried," said Takuma. He tried to be as blunt as possible to avoid more embarrassment. The invigilator seemed to be at a loss for words. Takuma couldn't blame her. all his classmates could perform the jutsu successfully, even clumsily. Not being able to perform one the Academy 3 only a few months from graduation wasn't expected from a student at his stage. "Are you sure?" she asked. Takuma nodded. The woman looked down at her clipboard and crossed out a box on the form. "Let's move on to Henge no Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu," she said. Takuma nodded. Same as Kawarimi no Jutsu, he hadn't executed Henge no Jutsu even once. But unlike the former, Takuma had actually practiced the latter, so he was ready to try it. He melded the two energies to produce chakra and weaved the hand seals with the utmost attention. The chakra moved through the chakra pathway network, pushed by him and directed by the hand seals. Hold control, Takuma repeated to himself. The chakra smoothly passed through the route dictated by the dog seal. Takuma clenched his toes as he proceeded to make the boar seal. The chakra quivered like a speeding car over speed breakers. He summoned all of his control and pushed it forward with a firm grip. The shaking stopped, and the chakra spun through the boar seal route. Now was the time for the final hand seal, and Takuma felt his palm damp from sweat as he made the ram seal. The moment the seal was complete, the chakra seemed to turn into a ram as it suddenly thrashed forward and slammed into the pathway wall, destroying the momentum and Takuma's with it. There was no puff of smoke or anything. Takuma lowered his hand and raised his eyes to look at the ninjutsu invigilator, biting the inside of his cheek so that pain could cover all the other things he was feeling. "Would you like to try again?" she asked. Takuma shook his head. He had already made enough fool out of himself for the day, and the rest of the test was still remaining. "Can you do the Bunshin no Jutsu?" she asked with pity pooling in her eyes. "She doesn't think I can do it." Takuma could immediately tell what the woman was thinking from her eyes. He stiffly nodded and quickly weaved the hand seals to produce 4 clones. He didn't try to be smart with the invigilator like he had been with Kaiba. He couldn't deceive her into thinking a clone was the real him, as the first thing she did was look at his feet to spot the shadow made by the real Takuma, something Kaiba had forgotten to do from the surprise of seeing him perform a jutsu and not fail. She observed the clones thoroughly until she was satisfied, compared each one to the original, and made him move them around to see his control. "Good, very good. Excellent, I say," she smiled brightly. "This is as good as the best Bunshin no Jutsu I have seen, if not better. Well done, Takuma." It would have felt great if Takuma hadn't seen the pity in her eyes before. Now, all it seemed was her trying to make him feel better about his pathetic performance. Takuma was asked to move to the next stage. Just when he thought he couldn't feel worse, he remembered the next part of the test was the taijutsu spar against an invigilator. Unlike the last 2 parts, the taijutsu part of the test was invigilated by multiple shinobi. A man was fighting Hideaki while another man and woman observed the spar outside the white circle marking the sparring stage. The woman noticed Takuma. She raised her palm, signaling him to stop and wait. Takuma obliged. He was in absolutely no hurry, as every step toward the white-marked circle made his heartbeat spike. He observed the fight. Hideaki fought as he usually did, taking advantage of his large body and heavy weight to overpower his opponents. But this time, Hideaki's opponent wasn't one of his classmates, none bigger than him. The taijutsu invigilator fighting Hideaki had a wiry frame with stickman-like limbs, and yet those thin arms grabbed the bulky Akimichi and threw him over his shoulder. Takuma had long learned that in this world, weight difference stopped mattering in taijutsu when strength didn't come from the muscles but the chakra channeled through them. The thin invigilator could overpower Hideaki because the former could use chakra better than the latter. Ting! Takuma turned back towards the sound of the sharp sound of weapons clashing. He was right as he saw Okubo Momo exchanging sword strikes against the Bukijutsu invigilator. Momo swung a straight blade ninjado while the invigilator wielded the curved blade katana. "She knows how to use a sword?" Takuma gaped as Momo parried the invigilator's strike and immediately stuck, but the invigilator didn't miss a beat and raised his parried sword to meet Momo's strike with the sword hilt. After being in the same class with Momo for 7 months, it was clear to Takuma that Momo was just another breed of people, the kind who were simply good at everything. But seeing her wielding a sword against the invigilator and doing it competently hammered the point across even more. He couldn't remove his eyes from the combat. The way Momo fought was so different from her fighting style in the taijutsu spars. The Momo he had observed was a Wachancho's kind of fighter who would attack less and evade and block more, only to strike at opportune times to do the most damage with maximum efficiency. But the Momo in front of him was nimble, quick, and aggressive. The sword in her hand seemed weightless, as did her feet, as it looked like she was performing a ferocious sword dance. It was simply mesmerizing. He even caught a glimpse of the shinobi on the second-floor corridor observing Momo's fight. Takuma. He jumped at the touch on his shoulder. It was the woman taijutsu invigilators. She had her black hair tied up in a messy bun held together with a bright red hair stick with fingernail-sized seashells on a string hanging on one side. "I'm sorry, I got distracted," he said, bowing his head in apology. "It's okay," she smiled, "but let's get you started quickly, can't let a backlog develop." Takuma was asked to enter the fighting circle, and the other man entered the circle along with him. Unlike the man who had fought Hideaki, the man in front of Takuma had a wider frame with broad shoulders and chest and a toned abdomen that formed a triangular upper body. Not to mention the man had muscular arms and long legs. In short, the man in front of him was a prime physical specimen. "I will be your opponent, come at me with all you got," said the man in his deep voice. Outside the circle, the other man chuckled behind his hand. His voice had a feminine flair to it. "You have to say more than that, Takeo," he brushed his curly locks behind his ear. "Takuma, is it? The big lug here will be your opponent. We are going to test your skill in taijutsu, and what we want from you is to show us all you can do. So don't hold back or worry about hurting him, he's really tough, he was dropped on his head when he was a baby." "Okay," said Takuma. Though he had no idea how the last line fit into the rest of what was said. "Come," said Takeo. Takuma didn't charge at first, and neither did Takeo, so he took a moment to observe his opponent. Takeo showed no fighting stance and simply stood straight with his arms crossed, the picture of a still statue. Takeo narrowed his eyes before charging at Takeo with a couple punches to his chest. The shinobi uncurled his arms and blocked the punches with his bulging arms. Takuma kicked himself off the floor and tried to plant the back of his heel into the shinobi's face, but Takeo grabbed the foot and pushed it back. Takuma had to scrap all of his plans and concentrate on landing properly and not make a fool of himself. The moment his foot touched the ground and his knees were bent enough, he slid one foot back and then propelled forward. His target was Takeo's knees. Hit anyone, no matter the size, in the knee, and they would crumble. Takeo suddenly raised one of his feet as if about to kick forward. Takuma's sandals made a screeching sound against the wooden floor as he changed direction on a dime and again raised himself up to jam his foot into the side waist above Takeo's foot. The attack never reached, and Takeo simply grabbed Takuma and threw him away. He had to roll a couple times to soften his landing before using the momentum to get on his feet and again charging toward Takeo. He kicked, punched, and even tried to grapple, but Takeo effortlessly dodged or blocked everything Takuma threw at him. Eventually, it became a cycle of Takuma trying to land a single hit only to be thrown away. He tried to attack from the front and back, targeting the legs, torso, and head. He tried to feint and bait, he tried everything, but nothing worked. "All right, that's it, stop," said the woman invigilator. Takuma stopped his attempt to get behind Takeo so that he could kick him in the back of his knee to get him to kneel so that he could go for the throat. Takuma breathed heavily while Takeo still looked like an unchanging statue with his straight stance and folded arms. "Okay, Takuma. If you make your way through that door, you will find the next invigilator." The woman invigilator pointed at the auditorium door that opened to the outdoors. "That's it?" Takuma thought he would get more, but looking at the three invigilators, none seemed to have any plans to give him good feedback. He stepped out of the circle and walked a few steps before retrieving a hand towel to wipe the sweat. He had pushed the gas pedal for way too long without allowing himself to stabilize his breathing. He glanced back and saw Momo facing Takeo. He wanted to watch, see how the genius would do things differently, but he had to move on to the next test. Takuma exited the auditorium and was surprised to see a bald old man dressed in a white and magenta kimono sitting under the shade of a large red umbrella. He sat on a patio chair with another empty one in front of him and had a round single-leg table with a traditional pottery tea set on it. "Takuma?" asked the old man when Takuma entered his vision. Takuma nodded and was asked to sit. There was a spell of silence, a couple of minutes, but under the old man's gaze, Takuma felt it had been like hours. Not knowing what else to do, Takuma stared back. "I only have one question for you," the old man broke the silence. "It will be used to complete the rest of your test. The last portion of what you did inside and viva voce both." Takuma silently gulped. A single question raised the stakes. If he got it correct, he won big, but if he was incorrect, he lost equally as bad. "The question is quite simple, and anyone in your position would be able to answer it," said the man. There was a pause before the old man posed the question. In the auditorium, how many people stood on the second-floor corridor? Takuma stopped blinking. His mind went back into the hall, thinking about the shinobi who he thought were observing the testing for any signs of cheating. This inside of his mouth felt dessert dry as he opened it to speak his response. "I do not know." He did not know. Chapter 25, The Outcome. Takuma stumbled as he avoided Mariboshi's swing. He rolled away to regain his foot, but Mariboshi was on him, and he had to hop backward to survive the shinobi's attack. He pushed off his feet backward and landed on his hands again to push off to put considerable distance between them. It was strange, but ever since he had unlocked the ability to use chakra, his athleticism had gone through a transformation. He was faster, stronger, more dexterous, and could react faster than before. Movements that would require Olympic-level athletes to train for years to push the limits of the human body to perform came easy to him. The reality-defying movements he had seen in the Naruto fight videos on the internet, which he thought wouldn't be possible even when he began training under Mariboshi, now seemed more plausible. Despite that, he was still too slow. When compared to Henge, Izumi, Momo, and even Hideaki, who excelled in taijutsu, he was a child with underdeveloped motor skills. When they weren't holding back in their fights against him, his classmates moved with an agility that really put the supernatural elements of the world into perspective. He couldn't even imagine comparing himself to someone like the taijutsu invigilator who hadn't moved from his spot during their fight. "This won't do, young Takuma. You cannot always run," Mariboshi yelled. Takuma's legs and arms felt numb, heavy like lead, and his head was filled with the end of the spar. He didn't want to run. "I'm waiting for an opening," he lied as Mariboshi pushed him back. He could only dodge and block, as his teacher didn't relent any pressure. Mariboshi's spars took significant time in their morning training, even though they only sparred for 2, at most, 3 sessions. However, every spar stretched between 15 to 20 minutes at Mariboshi's discretion. The academy spars lasted a couple minutes, rarely ever going over 4 minutes at a time, but Mariboshi's marathon squeezed Takuma's endurance like a sponge. He was being forced to manage his exertion and breathing to not gas out before the spar ended. Everything that he had forgotten to follow during his taijutsu evaluation. He had attacked like an undisciplined barbarian without thought of preserving his energy and had felt out of breath after the short spar. If you let the enemy dictate the flow and pace of the fight, you will never win. Mariboshi took one step forward and closed the distance Takuma had created in one gliding step. The old shinobi rotated and planted the back of his foot into his student's raised guard. Takuma yelped and, having the strong force launched upon him, was thrown several meters away, dragging grass and loose soil along the way. Takuma was on his back, looking at the sky, feeling the burning sensation in his ribs, which surely meant they were bruised. His knuckles, wrists, and shins didn't fare any better. He wondered how long he could just lay there. "Get up, young Takuma," Mariboshi said. Not for long, it seemed. He did, slowly and with a gruff groan. "Get up. Come on, try attacking me." Mariboshi held his hands held behind his back. Takuma narrowed his eyes. A phantom image of the taijutsu invigilator with his hands crossed behind his back appeared beside Maraboshi. Takuma clenched his fist and charged ahead. The two men battled back and forth on the grassy ground, and Takuma landed a clean hit on Maraboshi every 8th or 9th clean hit on him. It wasn't enough. Maraboshi matched the swiftness of his movements, the strength of his hits, and the speed of his reaction to his level. His classmates were faster and stronger. He moved through an offensive form as fast as possible, forcing Maraboshi back. Then Takuma caught Maraboshi on the thigh with a glancing strike that would have left a welt if Maraboshi wasn't a chakra-imbued shinobi. The contact encouraged Takuma, and he brought his leg up and around to slam it into Maraboshi's side. The kick was clean and fast, but Maraboshi was more skilled. The skilled master whipped a ground kick at Takuma's support leg, swinging his ankle up and dropping him in the grass. Takuma groaned. His head hit the ground, and there were spots blinking in front of his eyes. Beyond the spots was Maraboshi, standing tall, his hands once again held behind his back. "Can we stop?" Takuma said, wishing the spar would end. "Your mind's not here," said Maraboshi. "You seem to be angry." Takuma was angry. Seeing that they were not continuing the fight, Takuma continued to lie on the ground. "You haven't asked how the test went," he said. The morning had started out as every other, with nothing out of place, not even a single mention of the graduation test attempt. "You did not look like you wanted to talk about it," said Maraboshi, lightly shrugging, "and my asking would have yielded no fruit if you did not wish to tell me about it, would it?" Takuma pursed his lips. That was his fault, he hadn't been the sharing kind. "It went worse than I had planned," he sighed. "Not one part of the test went as I expected it," he paused, "except the ninjutsu part, it went as expected." He narrated his experience from the paper to the final bit with the bald old man. "I should have known they were of importance," he grabbed his head and groaned loudly. "If I had just thought about it, my grade would have been so different." He pulled himself up from the ground and squatted with his elbows resting on his knees. The next attempt was in 2 months, there wasn't nearly enough time to overcome his shortcomings. Just the thought made his heart feel constricted. A girl in my class could use a sword. I caught her Bukijutsu test. She was phenomenal, Takuma said, recalling Momo wielding the ninjato. I couldn't even throw multiple shurikens with decent accuracy. And he knew many of his clan background classmates who could wield something more as well. "You already know you can't compare to them," Maraboshi said. Takuma glanced at his teacher. He still hadn't gotten used to Maraboshi's occasional bluntness. "Doesn't mean it frustrates me any less." He let his head hang down, breathing a long sigh. 2 months until I have to do it again. I can't afford to fail again, leaving it to the last chance is too much of a risk. He needed to get better, and it needed to happen quickly. Takuma closed his eyes, the pity from the ninjutsu invigilator, Hide's cruel smile before their fight, Kai's indifference, and the guilty look from Maraboshi when he woke up in the hospital flashed behind his eyelids. He stood up and faced Maraboshi. "I need you to push me, more than now," he said. "Overworking does more harm than good," Maraboshi shook his head. "There is no other substitute. I have to try harder if I want to make it as a shinobi." Takuma stepped closer to Maraboshi. "It won't happen again. I won't break down, you don't have to worry about it." "What?" "The thing that happened, it won't happen." "I can take it, you know I can," said Takuma, hoping his words were communicating his intention. Maraboshi was taken aback by the words. "Don't hold back with me. You said you would guide me, but it will be my efforts that decide my success. You said I'm the only one who can guarantee my progress. I am willing to work harder, so I ask you, guide me, for the guarantee of my hard work doesn't seem to hold a meaningful sense now." "I will hold you to a shinobi's standard," Maraboshi said after a wordless silence. "I'm going to be a shinobi, better learn about it early. I will treat your training the same as a mission. Prioritize the mission, total commitment, no distractions will be entertained. The only acceptable result is success." "I couldn't agree more." Maraboshi gazed down at Takuma, his harsh gaze softened. You might not like me after this. You're the devil I made a deal with. People usually end up disliking the devil in time, nothing special. A chuckle escaped Takuma. How silly must he have sounded when he had said that the first time. Then, so be it. We train harder. Starting tomorrow, we meet at 4, Mariboshi said before vanishing in a flurry of leaves. Takuma sucked in his lips as he looked at the sky. 4 in the morning? The sun isn't even out in the morning. Takuma lugged his fatigued body to the classroom and deposited himself on his usual seat like a seat of potato. His wish had been granted, and Mariboshi had made their training tougher. His muscles felt like they were injected with hot lead after a session an hour longer than usual, harder than usual. The week had been as tougher as the starting days when he had just begun training under Mariboshi. Muscle pain would follow and persist until he got used to the new load. He had no one but himself to blame. Yet he knew this was the only way forward. He took out a thick scroll from his person and leaned in to begin reading the small writing. Tired as he was, rest he couldn't. Academy time partitioned off to academic work was as important as Mariboshi's training. If he didn't pass the written paper, he was still failing. Take your seats, Kaiba announced his arrival, and everyone scurried to the seats. Takuma kept his head down and continued reading. His ears had already begun to tune the noise out, turning them into hazy background noise that helped him concentrate. I have the test results with me. Kaiba raised a letter-sized yellow envelope. That broke whatever concentration and intent to study Takuma had as he raised his head to snap his gaze at Kaiba. The rest of the classroom gasped and clamored before the room dipped into a murmuring silence. I will call your names, and one at a time, you will collect your results slip from me, Kaiba said as he broke the wax seal over the results. I want all of you to learn from these results and use them to improve your shortcomings by the next test. Kaiba called the first name, Ano Aimi. A petite girl wearing a strappy top and baggy pants nervously walked to the teacher's podium under everyone's following eyes. Pass, Kaiba said as he handed Aimi her result. Takuma froze. Aimi looked up at Kaiba, and so did the rest of the class. Kaiba smiled. Congratulations, you're going to be a shinobi of the village. The entire class screamed their cheers. People threw their hands up in celebration, some even jumped off their seats. Aimi's friends got out of their chairs and crowded the girl, exchanging hugs and jumping with each other in congratulations. The usually stone-faced Kaiba watched with a smile, not disturbing the joyous ruckus until he did and sent everyone back to their seat, but not before a quick hug from Aimi. One by one, Kaiba called names, and cheers and clappings ensued every time. The entire academy heard the cheers of the final year students as they got to know they were going to be shinobi. Takuma. Takuma walked down from his seat. The class was in celebration, everyone congratulating everyone else. Friends formed groups to compare their results among merry laughter. Fail, Kaiba said as he placed half of an A4-sized sheet on Takuma's hand. There were gasps, and the noise died down. No one had failed in the class until then. Takuma looked at the slip in his hands. He bit his lower lip to stop it from trembling. It had a breakdown of every section of the test, and on the very bottom, stamped in red ink, was large writing in all capitals. Fail. Chapter 26, Another Minor Dub. The bustling streets of the Leaf Village suited one of a metropolitan and its busy residents traversing them in hordes every day to get to the next task of their fast lives. No one paid attention to the unassuming young child that sat on the roadside bench with a creaky exercise gripper in hand. Takuma watched the two shops in front of him. One was a mom-and-pop diner, and the other was a branch of the Leaf Postal Services. The sun was at its peak height, with the shade of the building above him as his only shelter. The clock had entered the lunchtime zone, meaning rush crunch time for both businesses. People rushed into the post office in the urgency to have their work done before the tellers placed lunch break signs in front of their counters and disappeared for 3/4 of an hour official break. But Takuma knew for a fact that the employees in the District 6 branch of Leaf Postal Service took breaks beyond an hour, something against policy. No one punished them, the lazy branch manager never ever arrived before lunch. As any eatery would, the small diner was busy in the lunchtime zone. It wasn't a place for families or friends to dine out together. The diner's main clientele was the working men and women who wanted an affordable lunch every day without burning a hole in their pockets. Takuma's eyes were drawn to the man who walked into the diner. He recognized the man and knew he would come walking out in a few minutes. As he knew, the man wearing a factory worker's garb walked out of the diner with a packed lunch in his hand. The diner was famous for its takeaway lunch box service and sold many around lunchtime. Takuma counted. He counted the people who went into the shop. He counted when they entered, how long they stayed, when they left. He watched the post office to see how many people dropped off packages and how many picked something up. For the diner, he measured their lunchbox sales, their dine-in numbers, and how long it took people to eat their food. And he noted down the points of interest he saw. He didn't know shorthand or any coded language to record information yet, but knowing what to take down and how to do it was important, and note-taking was a skill in itself that needed polishing, or so Kai had said in class. His eyes were drawn to the post office as a group of people exited the building. All of them wore matching baby blue uniforms, the staple color for postal service employees. The group of men and women entered the diner. Takuma looked toward the storefront beside him at the wall clock and noted the time. It was precisely 1 o'clock. Now, he had to wait. Takuma took out a packed lunch of his own. It was lunchtime, after all. The minute hand on the wall clock made its way across the clock face until it reached the end of the post office lunchtime. The employees didn't exit the diner, but the people in need of the service had already started to line up in the store. Based on his past observations, Takuma knew the post office tellers wouldn't leave the diner before it was at least 1 hour, because if they entered the post office, they would have to work under customer pressure. Takuma cleaned up any mess he had made while eating and waited 5 more minutes to see if the tellers would return to their job. He rubbed his knees as he looked between the post office and the diner. "All right, let's do this," Takuma said to himself. He got up and walked into a nearby dark alley. He put his lunch bag to the side and pulled up both of his sleeves to reveal a row of 1 Ryu coins each stuck on his arm from his wrists to shoulders. On a closer look, each coin was actually a stack of 2 coins taped together. A high-risk exercise developed by Takuma to force himself to improve his chakra control. Every Ryu was essential to his monthly budget before he got his next allowance, and misplacing money without getting to spend it made his life hell on earth. He would rather spend money on unneeded commodities than unknowingly drop it somewhere. Thus came the risk, to maintain concentration on precise chakra control or lose precious money with the threat of going hungry on the last few days of the month. The results were worth the constant fear of losing money. He had gone from feather-like leaves to heavy coins. If asked, Takuma would take Mariboshi's sprinting torture over his mental brand of punishment. Physical exhaustion was temporary, but money loss was permanent. Alas, that was the point. He pulled up his shorts and pulled off the slanted band of coins circling his thigh, and put his hand up his shirt to get a couple coins off his front and back. More coins, larger risk. Takuma placed upon his heart and felt its elevated pulse. He breathed in and out to calm his nerves and stared at the post office to reaffirm his conviction. He had to do it. It was the test before the test, a harder one to make the easy one a breeze. Dog, boar, ram. Poof! Smoke covered Takuma, and when it blew away, a tall man with a gaunt face and oily hair slicked to the side, closely sticking his inverse egg-shaped head, stood in his place. Takuma took out a small mirror from his person to check his new appearance. He was much taller and lean as a skeleton. His faded violet shirt and black shorts were replaced by a baby blue post office uniform. Mariboshi's 2-seal combination exercise had paid off. After a long month of intense practice, his chakra no longer ran out of his control while performing the Henge no Jutsu, transformation jutsu, which was only 3 hand seals. Muramoto Teruo, the branch manager of the District 6 branch. A lazy, incompetent buffoon who had somehow been able to keep his job as a manager, who had allowed those under him to spiral out of discipline. Takuma didn't know if no one in the postal service had noticed the condition of the branch or if they knew and were ignoring it. Whatever it was, he didn't have that information. But it did make Muramoto Teru a great guilt-free target of imitation. Takuma touched his new face. He recalled the real Teru's face and judged his replication to be passable. He had seen the man plenty of times to pull off an unsuspicious imitation. As long as no one touched him, they wouldn't outright know he wasn't Muramoto Teru, or at least, that was what he hoped to be true. Ready to proceed, Takuma flexed all the muscles in his body for a few seconds before loosening up. He then slouched his back and shifted his neck forward a little to give himself a text neck to emulate the real Teru's body posture. He had practiced it in the mirror every night for today. He took out a white handkerchief and placed it on his mouth before exiting the alleyway and walking towards the post office across the street. He didn't care if people thought the post office manager coming out of a dingy alleyway was strange because no one was going to do anything about it. The inside of the post office was familiar territory to Takuma. It was scary how easy it was to scout an understaffed place of business during rush hour when the employees had no time to pay attention to a wandering person when they had a horde of customers to take care of. There was no special reason for him to choose the post office. The grocer he shopped for his vegetables had once complained about it when he was shopping, and things had shaped from there. The moment Takuma entered the post office, the guard on duty hastily stood up. The guard stayed inside the building so he wouldn't need to stay in the hot outside, and he faced inside the building so that he was facing the ceiling fan. If Takuma wanted to knock him out, it would take one swift surprise attack, and the civilian guard would be out cold. The branch had no shinobi presence because of its small size and limited service, thus an ideal testing ground for Takuma. Manager, the guard stood up, sputtering. Takuma gave him a displeased look and then loudly coughed into his handkerchief. He said nothing and moved further in. The building's customer-facing front was relatively small compared to the similarly sized building on the street. Takuma assumed the rest of the building was devoted to storage and sorting facilities for mail. Takuma's postal service uniform was naturally noticed by the customers, and some approached him to complain. Takuma loudly coughed into his handkerchief, making it look as nasty as he could. It had its intended effects, and they backed off. He cast his eyes towards the teller counters, and they were empty. He frowned angrily and turned to the guard. "Where is everyone?" he asked, his voice hoarse and breaking. Takuma had only heard the Teru's voice once, but even if he wanted to mimic the manager's voice modulation didn't exist in Takuma's skill set. He could only pretend that he had a nasty cough and cold. "Oh, out for lunch," said the guard, gulping. "Miss Tahashir is inside." "Get her out," Takuma ordered, and the guard scurried into the back. Takuma turned to the customers and said, "I apologize on behalf of my staff. I implore all of you to be patient for a little longer while I get everything into place." The guard pulled in a plump middle-aged woman with red-rimmed glasses and the most outrageously puffed-up hairstyle he had seen on a woman. The first time he had seen the woman had been an experience. Takuma didn't give the woman a chance to speak. "Why isn't," he coughed twice, "everyone back already?" The woman tried to reply, but Takuma didn't let her speak. "Why aren't you already at the counter?" He bore down at her with a menacing gaze. The woman shriveled under his gaze. She tried to eke out, "Manager, I. Can't you see, you're wasting these people's time?" he said loud enough so that everyone could hear. "Why are you still standing here? Go! Go! Do your job, or do you want me to do it for you?" The terrified woman rushed her chubby legs to her counter and immediately opened it for business. "I swear, not one of them does their job properly," Takuma grunted. He turned to the guard and scolded him, "What are you doing, standing there like a buffoon? Don't you see all these people waiting? Go and bring everyone back." The guard rushed out of the building. Takuma had scolded 2 of the post office employees while pretending to be their boss. Talked to an entire crowd while pretending to be someone else. As fun as he felt it was now time to leave. He immediately walked out of the building and saw the guard entering the diner. He dropped the handkerchief over his face and walked back into the alley. Poof! Takuma went back to his original form. He picked up his lunch bag and exited the alleyway. He watched from beside the roadside bench as the uniformed employees rushed out of the diner and ran into the post office. Takuma grinned. That was mission accomplished. From Lupin to Kaido Kid, screw everyone. I will be the best impersonator, the Grandmaster of Disguise, north of fantasy, Takuma thought. After enjoying the fruit of his labor for a moment, Takuma ducked back into the street. He put the coins back on his body. The day would be perfect if he got home with all the money still on his body. Chapter 27, The Aftermath. Takuma stared at the result of his graduation examination's second attempt with his lips pressed into a white line. The red fail stamped on the paper glared at him, a sign of his ineptitude. Despite putting his life into training for the second attempt, he had yet again gained a second fail mark. Takuma brought his hands to rub his eyes, which had dark bags developing under them. He straightened his back and flexed his muscles, hoping it would relieve some of the stiffness, but all he got was pain. These days, the only time he was comfortable was in his bed at night. Even letting the back of chairs take his weight felt like sitting on hard stone. He sighed. There wasn't a single person beside him who hadn't already passed at least one of the two attempts, thus securing their leaf headband on graduation. Only his lonesome self remained. A terrifying position to be in. It felt like he was sailing in a small wooden boat in the deep ocean with a roaring storm causing natural disasters around him, just for him. He felt sympathy for Uzumaki Naruto for being held back from passing because he couldn't perform one Academy 3, Bunshin no Jutsu, Clone Jutsu, for the Whiskered Blonde and Kawarimi no Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu, for him. Even when his late-night slogs of studying at his table had paid off as a passing grade on the pen and paper test, even when the Taijutsu Invigilator remark on his result had gone from slow, weak and unskilled to needs urgent improvement, even when his Viva Voce had gone satisfyingly well, thank God for the absence of the kimono-clad bald old man, he was still declared a failure because he couldn't perform a useless jutsu. At the same time, he felt envious and even resentful toward Rock Lee, who had been promoted to Jonin without being able to do even one of the Academy 3 because he caught the eye of a Jonin. Were his own efforts any less strenuous than Rock Lee's? Was he not also pushing himself to the limit every day, pulling himself thin between studying, practicing chakra, learning jutsu, sharpening his close combat skills, and the tens of little things Mariboshi deemed every shinobi should know? Why did Rock Lee get to pass while the blade of a dead end hovered above his neck? Takuma folded the half-page and stored it on his person. Looking at the result only made him feel worse. He didn't have the time to feel worse. There was only one more month till the last attempt and the graduation itself. He pushed everything he was feeling down and took out a chunky brass square padlock and a basic lock-picking kit wrapped in age-worn leather that was falling apart everywhere. Mariboshi had given him one of his old lock-picking sets so that he could practice cracking locks. He breathed out and forced himself to calm down to focus on the lock in front of him. Mariboshi apparently had an extensive collection of locks he had collected through the years to familiarize himself with the types of locks he could encounter on missions. Mariboshi gave him locks as assignments to figure out and successfully open them, then the lock would be exchanged, and the cycle would continue. Oi, Takuma. You failed again, you dumbass. Takuma had just put the tension tool into the key core when he heard the sneering voice of Henge mocking him. Takuma wasn't surprised, annoyed, yes, but not surprised as Henge had done the same when he had failed the first time. The Inuzuka mud had paraded the fact that Takuma had failed in his face for a week before getting bored. Henge was easily the most annoying person Takuma had met in both lives, and he genuinely thought the world would be a better place without him barking in everyone's ears, causing noise pollution. Now, Henge was back again. Takuma gripped the old yet sturdy and continued on with his silent shtick. If he was being honest, things had gotten much easier than before because Henge was definitely on the ADHD spectrum, quite easy to get distracted. And after months of meeting the stone-cold wall that he was, Henge had begun to lose interest, and when he did turn his rabid attention toward him, it didn't last long. Today, he just hoped Henge would go away quicker. He was too tired for Inuzuka's crap. From his peripheral vision, Takuma caught Henge clicking his tongue and turning toward friends. Takuma hid a smile as he dipped his head closer to the lock. Now, It was only time before Henge left him alone. Henge, are you bothering Takuma again? Takuma jammed the rake pick into the back of the key core. It was Okubo Momo, the genius girl. The girl had a seemingly overflowing sense of justice, coming to the aid of those who could use her help, willingly providing it whenever needed. She thinks you're weak, said a voice in the back of Takuma's head, making his eye twitch. Being considered weak was an unpleasant thought, and Takuma was no different. Didn't I already tell you to stop? Momo glared at Henge with her arms crossed. Yeah, whatever, said Henge, making a face at Momo. This got boring, let's go somewhere else. He led his friends away, clearly avoiding Momo. Takuma gave a sincere nod of thanks to Momo. She had been a lot of help in dissuading Henge's annoyance since her presence made him walk away like just now. He then went back to his lock-picking. What are you doing there, Takuma? Momo asked, curiously peering over the lock in Takuma's hands. A lock-picking, she said when she saw the tools in his hands. Takuma nodded tiredly. Why would you learn that? She asked. What? Takuma titled his head. He assumed that since Momo was the genius girl, she would already know how to pick a lock. He was half expecting her to help him with how to pick the lock. He asked, You don't know how to pick a lock? Momo arched her brows. Should I? She asked. He assumed yes. Mariboshi had said that unlocking locks was essential if a shinobi expected to be stealthy on his mission. Every building had doors, and most doors had locks, especially the important ones. It didn't have to be doors, storage containers with complex locks and safety systems had to be picked, as any attempt to break the outer container could damage the merchandise inside, or so Mariboshi had said. So you don't know how to pick a lock? He asked again to confirm. That couldn't be, even he could pick poorly made locks. His classmates should know at least that, if not more. Momo shook her head. Takuma was baffled. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Mariboshi had insisted that lock-picking was a critical skill in a shinobi's arsenal and that he needed to start learning it as soon as possible so he could be experienced when the time came to use it on the field. And it made complete sense to him. What if he was on an infiltration mission and had to keep his presence hidden? Busting down doors from their frames wasn't the way to do it. Why wouldn't a shinobi learn to lockpick? It had to be important, or why else would Mariboshi ask him to devote time to practice lockpicking when he knew how vital the graduation test was? Do you want to learn? Takuma offered. He thought if he showed her the bare basics, he could use the opportunity to ask her some questions in return. An equivalent exchange, he considered fair. No, it's fine, Momo said. One of Momo's friends called her, and Momo turned to leave only to briefly turn back to Takuma to say, You shouldn't waste your time on such things. She narrowed her eyes at the lock and picking tools. You failed twice, the next attempt is your last chance. You should really concentrate on more important things. She left after saying that. Takuma was taken aback. He looked down at his tools, and the two fail results flashed through his mind. A seemingly all-knowing veteran shinobi and a genius girl who could do everything. Takuma shook his head off unnecessary thoughts and went back to lockpicking. It was probably for the better she refused. He didn't think he had the energy to hold a conversation with someone. It was going to be okay. He had a month. He was going to pass. Takuma gripped his tools harder. The moon had pulled the dark curtain over the sky, and the wintry winds brought down the cold shower of snow upon the village hidden in the leaves. The village was as cold in winter as it was hot in summer. People had already laden themselves in heavy wool clothing to keep warm, and the streets were emptier than in warm springs. In a training ground on the village's periphery, a figure dressed in a shirt and shorts stood in front of a thick wooden post. The sturdy post was being tortured by kicks from the figure, who relentlessly, one at a time, drilled the front of his foot into the wood. A steady rhythm sounded in the night as a thin layer of snow covered the grass. Takuma brought down his leg and waited for half a second before kicking the wooden post again. His open-toed shinobi sandals had seen better days as he rammed his foot into the same spot that turned white from the dark bark stripped away from the continuous kicking. But Takuma didn't care. He watched the spot in the wood, and then he watched his foot kicking the spot. And he repeated. He didn't know what time it was. He didn't care. Every man, woman, child, shinobi or not, genius or dead last, was given the same time in a day, no more. There wasn't nearly enough time in the day, he could only squeeze out the time he was given. With every kick, a splatter of water would twist out from every part of his body in motion. Some of it was the water from the falling snow, more of it was his own sweat. He wanted to stop, he really did. Every nerve in his body felt taut and burning. But keeping his mind on training was the only way to not think about the fact that tomorrow was the last day of the academy. And the day after that was the third and final attempt at the graduation exam. It was strange. He had been in the foreign world for nearly a year, and he could remember every single day of that year, yet time had passed too quickly. It truly felt that it was only earlier this day when he had found himself in a stranger's body in a room full of strangers. Time had slipped through his fingers like loose sand. Why hadn't he trained harder? If he had only been training like he had been in the past month for the entire time, maybe it would have not come to this. Takuma felt his stomach twist into a knot, and his heart paced faster, not because of his physical exertion but of the crossroads he was standing at. He hadn't trained enough for this, he thought as his kick landed a little higher than the target, and a piece of bark splintered. He raised his leg to kick the post again but found the leg betraying him. He fell down onto snowed on grass and felt a spiky cold against his burning body. He stared at the sky. He was hungry but too tired to muster any eat anything, and an empty stomach wasn't enough to keep him awake. He wanted to sleep in the training ground, buried by the snow. But he couldn't. Takuma stood up and dragged his body away from the battered post that had taken all of his fears. He had given the last year of his life to this, he was going to see it through, no matter what the result. Chapter 28, A Second Chance. Kaiba gazed at his students sitting in a circle on the academy training grounds. They were chattering away as usual, like someone would sew their mouth if they didn't keep talking. He didn't stop them like he usually would, it was their last day as academy classmates after all. He was sure they were excited to leave the academy and finally gain their forehead protector, marking them as shinobi of the village hidden in the leaves. But he knew they would look back at their academy days with a past yearning, hoping they would have cherished the simpler times more, and enjoyed living in this time more. Next week, they would receive their graduation scrolls along with their forehead protectors and their assignment details. Kaiba wondered how his class would be divided into teams. He had given his recommendations and reports, but the decision wasn't in his hands. The selection committee from the Leaf Genin Resource Command would finalize the assignments. How long had it been since he had last met his teammates? They were inseparable once, staying together the entire day, training, missions, eating, laughing, playing, crying, they did everything together. But then one of them got promoted, and the four-man cell became 3 people. They were still an official team on record, they still met regularly and even went on missions, but it wasn't like before. Then they started to go on missions with other teams that had one member promoted. A 4-man cell wasn't a standard for just any reason. That split them every more. More promotions followed, and time spent apart increased further. And it ended with their sensei officially disbanding their team, as it happened to every Jonin-led team that began right after the academy. After that, they were a team only in spirit or when their exact configuration suited a mission. Now, it had been years since they had been on a joint mission. Not after he had taken the instructor position at the academy, away from active field duty. He didn't think he would return to active duty until it was mandated, his girlfriend wouldn't like it if he did. Neither was he going to remain as an academy instructor, he would move on eventually, the rules would make him. Academy instructors had to be younger than a specific age limit so they could be closer in their age to their students. When that age gap increased, it was time for a younger instructor who could connect to the young children to step in. He, himself, had already started to prepare for interviews for administrative departments that he would attempt in a couple years. He raised his clipboard with sparring plans he had drawn for the week. It was the last day, and the kids had complained, but it was to be done. He scrolled his eyes over the list and found that only 2 names remained. It was going to be the last spar of the final year class. Kaiba narrowed his eyes as he called the names, Aimi and Takuma, come up. Aimi, the ball of never-ending energy, skipped to the center of the sparring circle. No weather could slow her down. On the other hand, Takuma was opposite in his trudge from his spot, dragging his feet through the snow. Kaiba examined Takuma. His weakest student looked worse for wear. He had looked so for the past couple of weeks. Dark circles under the eyes, unkempt hair, and a general feeling of fatigue. He didn't know the reason, he hadn't asked, but he could guess. After 2 fails, he would look like Takuma, if not worse. 2 fails, Kaiba sighed. Takuma had never been a bright student. Calling him an average student would be an over-exaggeration, for he had consistently been in last place from year 1. But this year, Takuma had taken a dive for the worse. If he was bad before, he was the worst now. Not a single thing about him expressed a Shinobi Academy student. Things changed through the year. Takuma had shown progress on all fronts, consistently performing better than before. He could hit targets now, last in spars for much longer, and even perform jutsu, something that had shocked him the first time, and the only time he had seen it. Through a look at his graduation test results showed the ability to perform Henge no Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, and Bunshin no Jutsu, Clone Jutsu. It also showed an above-average performance in theoretical knowledge. He should be able to pass if he can just do Kawarimi no Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu, Kaiba thought. The result wouldn't be spectacular, but it would still be a pass. That should be enough for Takuma. Ready? He asked. Yes, said Aimi. Takuma simply raised his hand to form the seal of confrontation. Start, Kaiba declared, and Aimi immediately ran forward. It took her no time to cross the distance, and she swung for Takuma's head. Takuma leapt back to evade, but Aimi was faster, and it was already too late to dodge. Aimi's fist closed in, but her blow crashed against Takuma's raised block at the last moment. Takuma was on the defensive and had to dance backward to avoid getting clobbered. Aimi was a slender girl but fast. Her follow-up attacks pushed all the way to the edge of the ring, close to forcing him out. Kaiba got ready to end the fight. Getting out of the circle was an instant loss. Even the kids behind Takuma got ready for him to be pushed out by Aimi as they moved aside to clear the way. But then, like a quick snake, Takuma struck Aimi's arms and shoulders in succession, breaking any upper body momentum and balance she had. It happened fast as Takuma lurched his arms forward to grab Aimi's clothes and then roughly pulled her forward as he used his feet to pivot out of the way, sending an out-of-balance Aimi stumbling towards the edge of the fighting circle. Kaiba's lips parted, and his eyes widened a fraction. He had just seen Takuma baiting Aimi in an effort to push her out of the circle when she thought she was doing it to him. Unfortunately, Takuma was hasty in his move as the nimble Aimi regained her balance, albeit on the very edge of the boundary. She immediately put herself a distance from the edge, all the while shooting a startled look at Takuma. Takuma lowered his body as he leaned forward and mimicked Aimi's steps as she moved in the circle, shortening the distance between them a bit with every step. He's going on offense, the thought struck Kaiba like a bucket of water on a sleeping man. It shouldn't have been surprising, but he had never seen Takuma on offense, not once. The poor boy spent his time in spars running, dodging, and blocking. It would continue until Takuma's opponent had him surrender. On cue, Takuma launched an attack of his own. He thrust at Aimi, and the girl turned, avoiding the strike. Takuma darted forward, whipping his leg into a side-sweeping swing that would crash into Aimi's exposed back, but she whirled, blocking the strike, and with her near arm she threw an elbow toward Takuma's temple. Takuma reeled back, disengaging at his quickest, and skipped out of Aimi's range. Aimi gave herself a moment to catch herself before pushing forward, attacking Takuma's shoulder, leg, and arm. Takuma blocked each attack while moving in circles. Kaiba thinned his lips. Aimi was one of his agile students. She was nimble, flexible, and quick on her feet, allowing her to run circles around her opponents, getting in quick hits that annoyed them, causing them to act brashly, which Aimi would then exploit. But the girl's skill in taijutsu didn't allow her to effectively use her gifts. Her choices of targets were poor and often poorly timed, wasting away precious opportunities and opening her to counter offense. Aimi lurched into a lopping attack. Takuma blocked. His arm was inside Aimi's arm and Takuma lifted up and away, moving Aimi's arm out of position, leaving her unable to defend as Takuma brought his fist down on her shoulder. Aimi cried out and darted back, but not before Takuma attacked again, smashing his kick into Aimi's upper arm. Aimi yelped and jumped several paces back. Takuma followed immediately, stabbing his first that would gut her, but Aimi pushed herself out of reach. She was faster, after all. Kaiba glanced at Takuma to see if he was frustrated at the opportunity to finish Aimi off, but the boy had his dark eyes trained on his opponent. It was a look of sheer focus. Aimi growled, her face all bunched up, and launched herself forward with every intent to attack. Takuma held his ground, his eyes hadn't Aimi since the start of the fight. He pulled his leg back and kicked the ground, sending a pile of snow toward Aimi. "Sensei," one of the students yelled. "Shut up." Kaiba silenced, his eyes stuck to the fight. Aimi yeeped, bringing her face up to her face. Takuma moved. He drilled a low kick into Aimi's knee, causing her to cry and lean down. He grabbed the smaller Aimi and threw her over his shoulder, thrashing her into the ground. Aimi tried to roll away, but Takuma planted a kick into her stomach. He then stood over and leaned down with raised fist to pummel where she lay. Kaiba saw Aimi curl up into a ball and knew it was the end. He called, "Stop!" Takuma stopped and then staggered back. His heavy breaths fogged the air as he looked down at Aimi with wide eyes. Kaiba looked at the weakest student in his class and said, "Winner." Takuma. He had said that for the first time, and it indeed felt strange. There were no cheers in support or clapping that happened at the end of every spar. There wasn't a peep from the students as all of them watched the result in front of them. Takuma standing, his opponent on the ground, not the other way around. Kaiba stepped forward. "Get up, Aimi," he said. The girl got up but kept her eyes down at her feet, not daring to look up. Perhaps too ashamed to have lost against Takuma. "Seal of reconciliation," Kaiba ordered. Aimi, with her head down, raised her hand with her index and middle finger out. But Takuma's hand didn't come. She snapped her head up, anger twisting her expression. "You!" She didn't continue with her eyes widening. Takuma had his head raised up, his palms covering his eyes. His shoulders shook silently. Aimi's face went from anger to surprise to concern. She joined her hands in front of her chest and stepped closer to Takuma. "Hey, are you all right?" Aimi couldn't complete her sentence as she was suddenly pulled into a hug by Takuma. The taller boy completely enveloped the smaller girl as she yeeped in shock. Kaiba looked at the weakest student in his class, who, on his last fight, had secured his first victory. Hey, you won, you know," Aimi's muffled voice sounded out from Takuma's chest as her arms stroked Takuma's back. "I know I'm great, but you shouldn't cry about it." A chuckle escaped him. Kaiba looked at Takuma and hoped the boy would show a similar performance tomorrow when it truly mattered. Chapter 29, Looking Forward. "You look rested," Mariboshi said to Takuma, who no longer had any dark circles under his skin, vampiric pale skin, and slouched shoulders that he had for most of the last month. "I slept 12 hours straight, I couldn't be more rested," said Takuma. Yesterday, he had won his first spar ever, yet embarrassed himself in front of the class by crying. When he reached his house after, it took barely over a minute for him to get from the front door to his bed. Good, Mariboshi looked relieved, and Takuma felt guilty. They had multiple conversations about Takuma's downhill condition, but Takuma had brushed off Mariboshi's concerns. "How are you feeling about today?" The last attempt at the graduation test was due in a little over an hour. Takuma shrugged. "I don't want to give the test, wish I had more time to prepare, but at the same time, I just want to get this over with." Finally, rest for a change, he sighed. He had a privileged upbringing. A harmonious family with loving parents who provided for him, nothing lavish, but he never allowed to feel a lack of anything. He attended good private schools with relatively good teachers and a wonderful group of friends at every stage of his life. Some of them who he considered his friends for life. Even when he entered college, he was a day scholar and commuted right from his family home and never had to adjust to dorm life. And he never had to participate in job search as it was still a couple years in the future. It was now that he realized that he had never really faced any hardships. Not a single life event had him seek his independence. He didn't have to worry about his finances, food, housekeeping, and a looming bleak future. In his second life, he had faced everything all simultaneously. The wild identity crisis was the cherry on top. He was tired. He wasn't even at the starting line and was already tired. I will give it my best, Takuma smiled shallowly. If I pass, good for me. If I don't, I'll leave it to the fates. He pointed to the sky. He drew from a certain green-haired three-point basketball sniper. Man proposes, God disposes, do everything humanly possible, and then let the fates decide. Mariboshi gazed down at Takuma with a peculiar gaze. What? The old shinobi shook his head lightly. A light smile wrinkled his face as he said, You are going to make a splendid shinobi, young Takuma. You're only saying that because you taught me everything I know, Takuma said, but he had a big grin. Takuma sat in the classroom turned waiting room for the graduation test in the auditorium. He had his eyes closed, trying to tune out the cacophony of his classmates' voices in the room. The first time, the classroom had been a blanket of hushed conversations, with everyone worried about their performance. On the second attempt, everyone opened up a bit and participated in discussions with each other on their predictions and supposed best tactics to ace the practical portion of the testing. Both those times, there had been tension in the room. They were going into the unknown the first time, and the second time, they were aiming to improve over their first performance. However, this time, the room lacked any strain of tension. No one seemed to be worried about the ongoing testing, and even though the discussions revolved around it, the mood was casual. Takuma couldn't blame them. Everyone had passed in the room, they had passed twice over. And Kai's insistent talks about not pulling the foot from the gas pedal had eventually lost steam. Everyone in the room was already a shinobi, and going through the same thing twice was enough for them to be confident. Everyone except him. Takuma felt his morning's words spoken a little too early. The pretest jitters were hitting him as hard as any other day. He tried to meditate, something Mariboshi was an avid promoter of, but he wasn't very good at meditation, and it didn't seem to be working now. Takuma suddenly had an idea, and he pulled out a 1 ryo coin and slapped it on his arm. He didn't care if it felt like he was a nicotine addict trying to feed into his craving with a nicotine patch. Concentrating on the leaf concentration practice for a coin kept him focused on his chakra control rather than his errant thoughts. If someone told him that he was using the leaf concentration practice to calm his nerves down a few months back, Takuma would have laughed first and then slapped them hard for even joking about it, as that sounded absolutely masochistic. Mariboshi had forever ruined any positive association with the exercise for him. Takuma. He opened his eyes and saw Kai at the door. It was finally his turn. He got up from the last bench and walked down the steps. He practiced a breathing exercise to keep his dancing heartbeat down. Going for another fail, Takuma. Best of luck, I'm rooting for you. Hyde shouted snarkily over from his seat on the other side of the classroom. Shut it, Hyde! Kai scolded immediately. Takuma looked at number 1 on his most disliked list and thought, yesterday was the last day of the academy, today was after that. Huh, I guess that's right. He raised his arm towards Hyde and flicked his middle finger up. Fuck off, mutt. The many pairs of eyes accompanied by a few gasps turned to Takuma and then toward the shocked Hyde, who opened his mouth to say something but closed it, his eyes looking at the class. Takuma passed by Hana, seated in the front rows. No offense, he said. Before anyone could say anything, Takuma was already out of the classroom, and Kai had already closed the door behind them. Like the last 2 times, Kaibe led him across the corridor to the testing hall. "How did your paper go?" asked Kaibe. "I will pass," said Takuma shortly. It had gone well, exceeding his expectations. The questions set had been in his favor this time, and he was sure he would score at least an 80% grade. If he was being optimistic about the grading, he could sniff the 90% ceiling. Silence fell between the teacher and the student. It wasn't surprising, they didn't talk much. If they were in a big college class, Takuma would be a student of whom Kaibe didn't know the name. Kaibe broke the silence and started, "If your paper is decent. Even if I do badly in everything else, there's a real chance I could pass. I just need to successfully perform Academy 3. "I know, you have told me before," said Takuma without looking at Kaibe. "I see," said Kaibe. There was another pause. Can you do all 3? They reached the auditorium entrance. Takuma grabbed the handle and slid the door open. He stared inside but didn't immediately enter. Instead, he said, "You'll know when you get my result," and without sparing a glance to Kaibe, Takuma slipped inside. The inside of the auditorium was the same as Takuma had seen the last 2 times. The length of the hall had been dived up to different portions of the testing. His eyes automatically went to the second-floor corridor from where multiple shinobi peered down the testing floor. He gave each of them a hard look, memorizing as much detail as he could. There were 10 of them. He waited for the Bukijutsu Invigilator to call him up. Despite having given the test twice, the Invigilator had him listen to the instructors again, going through everything in clear detail. "Understood?" Takuma nodded and headed towards the weapons table. He picked up the only 3 weapons he knew how to wield, kunai, shuriken, and senbon. The weapons were still off balance, and the exercise targets were similar to the last 2 times. The difference came from Takuma's performance. He still threw his weapons one at a time, but he was much quicker in his successive throws, and the consistency and accuracy couldn't be compared to his first attempt. Almost all of his throws hit the red bullseyes. The instructor nodded as he blocked the senbon. Takuma had learned his lesson and had aimed at vital spots. This Invigilator was different from the last 2 times, and this one didn't give advice like the Bukijutsu Invigilator from the first attempt did. Takuma moved on to the next portion of the testing, arguably the most important part of it, at least for him. "Ah," the sound unintentionally came out of Takuma. The ninjutsu Invigilator looked up. The middle-aged woman with gray streaks in her hair had the same red-trimmed explosion tag-styled earrings as before that dangled when she moved her head. Her eyes flashed, and Takuma knew she recognized him. She looked down at her clipboard before speaking. "Takuma?" Takuma nodded, and the woman repeated the instructions for the ninjutsu test. She showed no sign of recognition, which made him wonder if she was pretending to not recognize him. "Let's start with Bunshin no Jutsu, Clone Jutsu," she said. Takuma weaved the hand seals, and 6 clones stood around to reel him. They moved, changed expressions, and did various things. The Invigilator's eyes shined before she noted something on her clipboard and asked him to proceed with Henge no Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu. She gave no imitation target, so Takuma transformed into one of the shinobi on the second-floor corridor. His appearance was fresh in his mind, and he knew that transforming into the ninjutsu Invigilator was the wrong choice. Even if she was supposed to be objective in her grading, there was a chance she would be offended by something in his imitation. He didn't want that. Finally, it was time for Kawarimi no Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu. It was the jutsu he had least practiced, as it was the last Academy 3 he had picked up. From the get-go, Takuma had come to know that Maraboshi didn't like Kawarimi no Jutsu as it was a completely useless jutsu. The jutsu required the user to substitute an object in their place to take an attack, followed by getting out of the enemy's sight. It was essentially pulling up a shield to block an attack and then ditching said shield before running away. It was the running part that Maraboshi had a problem with, even though the hand seals for the jutsu were exclusively used during the running part. According to Maraboshi, the running and hiding part was inefficient as it only worked when the surrounding environment allowed it. The jutsu would work splendidly in a forest but miserably fail in a grassland. Moreover, The user needed to weave hand seals quickly for the jutsu to work seamlessly. It also failed when the attack was faster than the user's ability to procure the substitute. The only reason Kawarimi no Jutsu was taught in the academy was because the chakra movement caused by the hand seals granted the user a short burst of linear speed, which allowed them to hide quickly. It would be useless if the enemy's sight could catch the fast movement. And that chakra movement was 6 points similar to Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker jutsu, a high-speed movement technique that allowed the user to move linear distance at speeds untraceable by the untrained eye. Shunshin no Jutsu was a necessary jutsu that every shinobi needed to know, and thus the academy used Kawarimi no Jutsu to lay the foundation. Kawarimi no Jutsu wasn't supposed to be used in the field as it was only a training tool, but for some reason no one told the students that. Well, he knew because Maraboshi had told him. The invigilator pointed to a sandbag and asked to use it as the substitute, something Takuma was thankful for as he didn't want to use one of his precious and very limited storage sealing scrolls that had something he could use as a substitute. The invigilator threw a dulled kunai at Takuma, who stood several meters away. There was a puff of smoke, and the kunai was embedded into the sandbag, with Takuma standing a few feet away from it. Excellent, the invigilator clapped her hands. You performed all three splendidly. You have improved so much. I knew it, thought Takuma. The invigilator did recognize him. But he didn't say anything about it and simply moved away to the next part of testing, the taijutsu portion. The taijutsu invigilator didn't call him up immediately, and Takuma was glad about it. If he had been called, Takuma didn't know if his legs would have held up as they were trembling uncontrollably. He had passed. Third time's the charm. After 2 failures, he passed the hardest thing he had done in his life. Takuma felt a boulder's weight lift above his head. He tried to keep some tension in his body as the testing wasn't over, but when he knew that he was going to pass no matter what, it was tough to feel anything other than utter and complete relief. He wanted to leave the academy grounds and run to find Maraboshi so that he could tell his teacher, his one and only supporter, his rock, that he had done it. A year of struggle, 10 months of training, countless sleepless nights, his time hadn't been a waste. He had done it. He couldn't describe it, but he had never ever felt it. It was a sense of accomplishment, but it was nothing like he had ever experienced. All of his previous achievements seemed pointless in the face of what he felt right now. Takuma didn't have the time to dwell as the taijutsu invigilator called him up. It wasn't anything special. When facing someone far superior in skill, the performance of the lesser didn't reflect any difference even when they got better. Takuma, who had just yesterday won his first spar, his performance didn't seem any different from the last time. As for what went into the clipboard, Takuma would only know when he got the result. You can exit through that door for the next part, said the taijutsu invigilator afterward, pointing to the outdoor exit of the auditorium. Takuma nodded and walked to the exit, but before he stepped out, he looked back at the auditorium and took a moment to take in the entirety of the auditorium hall. He wanted to remember it for now and for the future. When he stepped out, his eyes widened when he found himself looking at a bald old man dressed in a kimono sitting under a big umbrella with a coal brazier lit near his feet. The entire yard was covered with snow, but a circular area around the old man was void of snow and even any moisture on the ground. "Sit down," said the old man. Takuma sat down in front of the old man. The entire scene invoked a strong sense of déjà vu in him. The same events from the first attempt were repeating again. He was sitting in front of the same bald old man who was again staring at him in silence, but this time with a small smile. Takuma found the tension he had lost before returning. Something about the old man unnerved him. "I only have one question for you, Takuma," said the old man, still smiling. Takuma leaned forward in his chair slightly. He was ready, no matter what the old man threw at him, he was going to answer. He was prepared this time. How many people stood in the auditorium's second-floor corridor? Takuma was taken aback. The same question? He was sure there would be another question. He leaned back into this chair and took a moment to contemplate. 9 of them, he said. One person was sitting. The old man's small smile bloomed into a full-blown one. Smart child, he said and stood up from his seat. Takuma felt a hot breeze tickling him under his ear. He frowned but didn't raise his hand to scratch the itch as he was in front of the invigilator. It went away on its own. The old man who had stood up frowned as he looked at him. Takuma was confused at the sudden change in expression but didn't say anything. Maybe the old man was experiencing pains that came with old age. The old man's expression eased, and he stepped away from his chair, and Takuma's eyes widened when he saw an identical old man sitting in the chair. It was as if the old man had left an afterimage behind him. How? Takuma looked between the identical old men, one sitting and one standing. He glanced at both of their feet and saw that both had shadows. Not Bunshin no Jutsu. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, he thought. But there were no hand seals or the puff of smoke. The puff of smoke could be eliminated, but what about the hand seal? How did the old man make a clone appear in his chair so seamlessly? As Takuma's mind raced to find an answer, the standing old man saw Takuma's eyes going between him and his chair. His expression once again faltered. You can see through it, already? Said the standing old man with surprise. Huh? I mean, yes. I can see the clone, said Takuma, confused. Was he not supposed to see the clone? That's not a clone, the old man pointed at his chair. Takuma's confusion deepened. His brows arched together as he gazed at the old man in the chair. If it wasn't a clone, then what was it? The answer clicked like the last piece of a puzzle. Jinjutsu, he gasped. Takuma's hand made a tiger hand seal and immediately dispelled the Jinjutsu cast upon him. Mariboshi hadn't taught him to cast Jinjutsu, it wasn't even on the table, but he had taught him how to dispel one. It was easy. The old man in the chair disappeared like a mirage, leaving only the standing old man behind. Takuma breathed a sigh of relief, but confusion still plagued him. With a little thinking, it was clear that the old man was planning to fool him through a Jinjutsu. Under the guise of illusion, he would get up, leaving behind an illusion of him still sitting, making it so that Takuma would think nothing had changed. But why was he able to see the standing old man, who he wasn't supposed to see, when the Jinjutsu had clearly been cast successfully? Had the old man made a mistake? Takuma didn't get an answer that day. The old man didn't say anything else before sending him away. Chapter 30, Jin and Takuma. Takuma peered inside the auditorium hall. Last week he was here giving his graduation test. The place looked spacious back then, spacious enough to test Bukijutsu, Ninjutsu, and Taijutsu all under the same roof without interfering with each other. Today, the same hall was decorated for a formal event, jam-packed with chairs. Even the raised stage in the front had a podium set up on it. All of the preparation for the convocation ceremony. Seeing so many adults in the academy made the sight seem even stranger. He looked down at his clothes. He had dressed his best for the formal event, saying that, labeling a light blue shirt and black pants as formal wear was stretching it. But it was the only option he had. The rest of his wardrobe was made up of easy-to-move-in active wear. The thought of renting a kimono for the event had crossed his mind, only to cross out the idea as overdoing it, plus not renting/buying saved him money, but it seems he was wrong. The hall had plenty of men and women wearing kimonos and hakimas for their children's convocation. He even spotted his classmates dressed up nicely for the day. Too late now, thought Takuma as he smoothed out his shirt before stepping inside the auditorium and making a beeline towards his seating appointment he had gotten at the academy gates. His seat was at the end of one of the middle rows. He looked to the seat beside him and sighed. Everyone else was accompanied by their parents, only he was alone. I will be there. He was the only orphan in his class. It was a wild coincidence, given how many lives had been lost in the Kyubi attack, but most of his classmates had at least one of their parents alive, and those who had lost both their parents were in the care of their relatives. He was the only parentless orphanage orphan. Unlike any other school in the Leaf Village, the Shinobi Academy had zero tuition as everything was paid by the state. It was only fair when the students were trained to become child soldiers. Free schooling meant no expense on education, which tend to be the biggest expense in raising a child. His thoughts were pessimistic, but after pinching pennies for a year, his views could be summarized well: money couldn't buy happiness, but no happiness would live without the support of money. Soon the crowd began to come together in a neat congregation. The adults were mostly shinobi, accustomed to discipline, so the ceremony proceeded smoothly. The headmaster, there was one, addressed the crowd with a winding speech that Takuma eventually tuned out in favor of gazing at the parents to see if he could see the similarities between them and his classmates. All Inuzukas had the red fong marking on their face. Hana's mother looked much wilder than her. Izumi looked a lot like her mother, especially her eyes, except for the hair. The mother had black hair, unlike Izumi's brown. The Akimichi father and son duo looked like a pair of dumplings, one small and the other big. Momo's parents looked uber wealthy with their composure and clothing. The Okubo parents and child looked like the perfect family set. "And so, I humbly welcome Lord Hokage," said the headmaster. Everyone in the room stood up, and Takuma hurriedly followed their lead. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of the Leaf Village, stepped into the auditorium with 3 shinobi in standard Leaf shinobi gear accompanying him. The Hokage was dressed in his traditional Hokage Haori over a full-length red kimono and the wide-brimmed red Hokage hat to complete the set. His eyes went to the second-floor corridor, and he blinked in surprise to see multiple fully hooded people that weren't there before looking down at the event. He narrowed his eyes to look when he caught a glimpse of a white mask under the light tan robes. They were ANBU, Ansatsu Senjutsu Takushubutai, Special Assassination and Tactical Squad. As Takuma looked at one of them, the ANBU operative looked at him. "Shit, he caught me." Takuma turned his head immediately. He didn't look back at them. The third Hokage spoke some words about the children being the village's future and how this day, officiating the beginning careers of a full batch of new Genin, was one of the events he looked forward to every year. This speech, Takuma listened with wide-open ears. The convocation ceremony began soon after. One by one, children were called by name to come forward with their parents to receive their graduation scroll. Those graduating with ordinary scores went first. Some had parents who were shinobi, and others were born to civilians. Takuma was thankful that the ordinary score list wasn't by scores, or he would have been called first, or maybe that would have been better. Takuma glanced beside him. Some parents sat beside him. He had been asked if he wanted to bring someone, the orphanage matron maybe, but he had refused. He looked around the hall, only to sigh. "Takuma," the headmaster's voice sounded. Takuma stood up and made his way to the front, feeling nervous under 100 pairs of eyes. He told himself that even if most were looking, they weren't paying attention as he hadn't been when others went to the stage. It helped, but only a little. He climbed the steps of the stage alone and stepped towards the third Hokage to receive his graduation scroll. "Takuma," the Hokage smiled down upon him, Kusoki's pupil. "I see that you are doing well this time around." Gazing up at him this close, Takuma could see the same crinkles around the Hokage's eyes, the sagging skin, and the graying hair. He was at least as old as Mariboshi. It's rare, he knew, for shinobi to survive so long. At once, Takuma was struck with the realization that he was standing before someone who was really, truly strong. "I know you will become a great shinobi one day. Work hard and never doubt that this village is very proud of you." Takuma stiffly nodded and focused on making sure his toes that were visible in his open-toed shinobi sandals, he really needed to buy new shoes, weren't wiggling. He didn't know how else to respond and stuck to the nod. The Hokage turned and picked up a forehead protector with a blue headband and the leaf insignia engraved on a metal plate. Takuma received the forehead and looked down at the gleaming metal to see his own reflection in it. The symbol of his status, that he was now a genin, a shinobi of the leaf. He looked at the Hokage and bowed to him. As he turned to walk away, Takuma looked around the hall, his eyes scanning the faces, looking for one particular one. He didn't find it in the seating area. As he was about to stop looking and get off the stage, Takuma looked near the back of the auditorium. Near the far wall of the hall stood Mariboshi. He was dressed as he always did in his mesh armor shirt under a short, brown, sleeveless kimono with a pair of gray pants. Maraboshi smiled when he saw Takuma looking at him. Takuma's throat closed up. He clenched his jaw to keep his eyes in control. Clutching the graduation scroll to his chest, he raised his forehead protector over his head. He had done it, he was a shinobi now. And it was only because of the man standing in the back. He got down the stage, skipped his chair in the seating area, and made a beeline towards the back where Maraboshi stood. "You came," he said. "I said I would come." Maraboshi was smiling widely. Takuma showed his forehead protector. "I got one now," he said. "It shines." Maraboshi pushed the folds of the cloth belt that tied his kimono to reveal his forehead protector. The engraved metal plate had hundreds of micro scratches that had stolen away all of the metal's shine. "Yours is old," Takuma said. The state of the forehead protector told Takuma the difference between them as people and life experiences. "After this, we should go eat out to celebrate." "I shall pay, I insist," said Maraboshi. Takuma smiled brightly. Today, he felt he wasn't going to refuse anything. He returned to his chair soon after, and Maraboshi left the auditorium. Takuma had already received his forehead protector. There was no sense in Maraboshi staying. They decided to meet at the restaurant Maraboshi chose for lunch. By the time Takuma returned to his seat, they had already begun with students graduating with honors. Inuzuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi. Hana was accompanied by her gruff-looking mother with her sharp face, glinting eyes, and spiky hair. The red fang markings on her face made it look like she was a warrior about to go into guerrilla warfare. For Izumi, her mother seemed gentle and demure type, much unlike her peppy daughter. And lastly, obtaining the highest honor in her class, Okubo Momo, the headmaster announced with a hearty smile. In the crowd, Momo stood up and walked to the stage with her parents walking behind her. They didn't smile, but they did look proud. If Takuma had to put their expression into words, it would be, Momo topping her class was simply expected. Expectations must be tough, he thought. After the ceremony ended, Takuma made his way to the decided restaurant, where Marubsahai was waiting for him. The hostess led him to the table, and Takuma was nervous because the restaurant was a fancy one. "I see you have not worn your forehead protector," were Maraboshi's first words when he saw Takuma. "I thought it would look tacky," Takuma said after returning the hostess' bow. He did want to flaunt the headband, though. It was like a medical student wanting to wear a doctor's white coat after graduating. "I had worn mine the moment I got it," Maraboshi laughed. "Didn't even wait till getting back to my seat." Takuma put his graduation scroll to the side and sat across Maraboshi. "Between you and the Hokage, who's older?" he asked. Maraboshi tilted his head with an amused expression. "Lord Third is a few years older than me." "Why do you ask?" "Nothing special," Takuma grinned. "Just wanted to know who's the oldest shinobi in the leaf." Maraboshi sighed with a smile on his lips. They ordered food, Maraboshi did for both of them, and after a year, Takuma enjoyed a meal he hadn't made. The food was much better than his home cooking. In the past year, it wasn't his shinobi skills that had improved the most. That award went to his cooking. He had gone from boiling eggs and cooking instant noodles to whipping up 3 nutritious meals a day. "I have a present for you, young, no, Jin and Takuma," smiled Maraboshi. He slid a wrapped package across the table. "Oh!" "You didn't have to," said Takuma, genuinely surprised. "Can I open it?" Maraboshi nodded, and Takuma tore into it. He would have carefully unwrapped it if he was frequently gifting people things, but that wasn't part of his life. This Maraboshi's gift was clothes. There were 2 identical packages in the gift, and Takuma recognized the color as a very particular shade of blue, iconic in the Leaf Village. It was the blue that the majority of Leaf Shinobi wore as part of the standard Leaf Shinobi gear. The gift was the standard Leaf Shinobi gear without the flak jacket. "You are now a shinobi, and I thought you would appreciate something practical and immediately usable," said Maraboshi. Takuma rubbed his finger over the red spiral symbol present stitched on both sides of the vest. "Thank you," he smiled softly. He did appreciate the gift. "Tell me about your teammates," asked Maraboshi. "Do they tell you about your team leader nowadays? In my time, they didn't tell us that during graduation." Takuma looked up from the gift, confused. "No one told me about teammates, they just told us to assemble at the academy the day after tomorrow," he said. "Was there a meeting after the convocation he was supposed to be at?" "It should be along with your graduation scroll," said Maraboshi, looking at the scroll lying on the side of the table. "You haven't opened it yet?" The seal was still on it. No, I didn't." Takuma picked up the scroll, he was too engrossed by the forehead protector. Takuma gently clipped the wax seal over the scroll and unrolled it. There was another length of paper rolled along with the main scroll. Takuma pulled it out, and one side had printed words on it. But as he read the words, Takuma's excitement turned into confusion. He gave the paper to Maraboshi. "What does this mean?" he asked. Maraboshi looked at the paper. His eyes widened, and his lips parted as he read the words on the scroll. Name, Takuma. Rank, Genin. Assignment, Genin Corps. Interlude. After the events of Chapter 12. The Hokage's office was part of an administrative building, situated on a floor heavily guarded by shinobi in charge of Hokage's protection. The entire floor was only accessible to those with certain security clearance, and every outside visitor was noted at the entrance and designated an escort to keep on with their movements. On that floor existed another entry point that worked both as a second emergency exit and an entrance for those who wanted to enter the floor without being seen. A man with dark blonde hair tied in a ponytail resting over his shoulder walked into an empty dine-in takoyaki deli with no signs outside. The building was narrow and short, with a counter stretched from one end to the other with only 4 barstool-style chairs for customers. A short middle-aged woman with a mean look dressed in white sat behind the counter reading a fashion magazine. When she heard the door chime, she glared at the ponytailed man. 3.5 plate to go. Make him crispy and zingy, said the man. 175 Rio, said the woman, her voice gruff. Wasn't it 140 before? He asked. Do you want it or not? The man sighed, make it quick. I will be using the bathroom. The woman followed with her eyes until he disappeared into the back of the restaurant. She opened her magazine and started to read again. The back of the restaurant had 2 doors. The blue one had the lavatory sign, while the other was painted gray. The man faced the restaurant door and pulled it by the doorknob before pushing it down and turning it to open the door. The room's inside was a storage unit with all sorts of things stuffed into it. The man made his way to a wooden cabinet and pulled it open to reveal a set of stairs stretching underground. The stairs led to an underground tunnel with rough excavated walls with wooden supports, illuminated by yellow light bulbs hanging off the top. They shed just enough light to make the path barely visible enough for safely walking. At the end of the tunnel, the man found a figure wearing a white porcelain mask with a boar design and red markings sitting on a stool beside a steel gate. Hand, before, room, white, arm, thick, the ponytailed man said to the masked man and wondered if he should have put on his own. The masked man stood up and patted the ponytailed man on the side of his arm. The hand stayed for a moment before the masked man stepped back and nodded. The man turned his back while the masked figure turned to the steel door and swung the large circular wheel on it in a specific pattern to unlock it. The man nodded to the masked figure and stepped through the door that closed behind him. The door opened to another stretch of stairs that led to an empty room, opening up through a large floor tile. The man knew that even though the room looked bare, 3 people were watching him at that very moment. He didn't try to discern their position and simply walked out of the room and tread the familiar corridors until he was standing in front of the door. He knocked on the door in a specific way and then waited. A few seconds later, he heard, "Come in." The man straightened his clothes before stepping inside the room. The room was large, somewhat oval, and filled with stacks of unfinished paperwork. There was a desk with large windows overlooking the village behind it. Lord Hokage, the man knelt down and greeted the man sitting behind the desk. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from his paperwork and asked the man to get up. How is he, Raven? Anything of concern? he asked before bringing his smoking pipe to his mouth. Nothing out of order, Lord Hokage, said Raven. The subject suffered a panic attack that put him into a coma. A panic attack? The Hokage lowered his smoking pipe. He's but a child. What was the cause? Raven shook his head. It was as the report stated, the subject's mind is muddled, and with the intense emotional distress behind the panic attack, I couldn't find the exact cause. If I could get some time and assistance, I believe I can get that information. The Hokage had assigned him a mission to pose as a doctor and use his clan's abilities to inspect the subject's mind. Takuma was the child's name. At first, he was confused about why the Hokage had asked him to infiltrate a child's mind. But after reading the report on the subject, he understood why the Hokage had been concerned by the subject suddenly ending up in the hospital. To think a child, who hadn't even graduated from the academy, would have such a past. It saddened him greatly when he saw the scars mentioned in the report present on the boy's body. The boy would carry them throughout his life. The Hokage shook his head. We have already tried to get more. It didn't work back then. He sighed. I thought his mind would heal with time, but I believe it is still the same. Raven nodded. The boy's mind was protecting him by repressing the memories of the past. And as it protected the boy from himself, it also protected him from his clan's jutsu. He couldn't pass through the blockages created by the mind. If he tried to force it, he would damage the boy's mind. If he had assistance from his clan members, he could peer through the natural blockages and get more information, but the risk of damaging the boy's mind wouldn't go away. Raven glanced up at the Hokage. He could tell the Hokage didn't want to go through with that. What about the update you were provided? The Hokage asked. Were they confirmed? Raven nodded. Even if he encountered the blockages in the boy's mind, it didn't mean he came out empty-handed. He was handpicked as part of the masks for a reason. According to the subject's memories, Maraboshi Kosuke has been teaching him for the last few months. The subject isn't performing well at the academy and has been training under Maraboshi Kosuke to resolve his grades. They meet every day as long as Maraboshi Kosuke doesn't have a mission that renders him unable to attend. Even on those days, the subject goes to their meeting location and trains on his own. The broken memories, covered with dark haze, had provided him enough to confidently support his claims. Do you wish for us to investigate Maraboshi Kosuke? Asked Raven. That won't be needed, the Hokage shook his head. I have known Kosuke for long. There's no one more loyal. If nothing showed up on the preliminary search, there's no need to investigate him more. He then asked, could his condition be the cause behind the panic attack? Raven didn't offer an answer immediately. He thought about it and recalled what he had experienced in the boy's mind. I can't deny the possibility. The subject's mind is repressing memories to protect him, but the mind is as fragile as it is strong. Given a strong enough stimulus, something could have escaped the bindings that caused the boy to experience heightened levels of stress that triggered the attack. The subject was defensive when I revealed my identity. Most people would be, said the Hokage. Raven nodded. His clan's ability came with a stigma. And refused to talk about what caused the panic attack, but that doesn't tell us that it was his past that caused the attack. It could have very well been something recent that caused it. The subject has been very worried about his academy performance. But to suffer a panic attack. The Hokage tapped his wrinkly finger on his table. Very well, if the condition of his mind hasn't changed, there is no use in pursuing this any longer. He looked at Raven. Add your findings into the report and close this case. Should we add surveillance on the boy? Raven asked. No. Thank you, Raven. You may take your leave. Raven bowed and turned to leave when he stopped and doubled back. One more thing, he said. Yes, the Hokage said as he browsed the paperwork on his desk. Raven pursed his lips. When he was in the boy's mind, he felt jumpy. It wasn't uncommon. The human mind was a complex puzzle yet to be solved. Even after the generations of his clan discovering its secrets, there was so much they didn't know about. He had felt all kinds of sensations when he was inside people's minds, Every brain reacted to his infiltrating presence in its unique way. The Hokage looked up when he didn't speak. "Raven?" he asked. "No, Lord Hokage. It's nothing. I will take my leave," he decided not to say. It must have been because of the boy's past, all that he had gone through, that had led his mind to repress his memories. "Very well," said the Hokage and returned to his seemingly never-ending piles of paperwork. Raven bowed and turned to leave. By the time he was out of the door, he felt confident in his reasoning. Even if he was ANBU, the Hokage didn't need to know the functioning of his clan's jutsu. It was just that the sensation this time was the strongest he had ever felt. Chapter 31, The Genin Corp. Sitting on a bench outside an administrative office wasn't how Takuma thought he would start his shinobi career, but the reality of the situation was more different than anything he had imagined. He leaned against the bench and thought about how all of his expectations had been subverted by a single line on a slip of paper. It had been a week since his convocation ceremony. He didn't know how to feel when he didn't see the names of two of his classmates, and instead, his assignment had said two words, Genin Core. Takuma had no idea what that meant. Something like that didn't exist in the manga he had read, or at least, he didn't remember reading about it. What he knew was that his two fails were the reason he was assigned to the Genin Corps. It's not as good as being assigned under a Jonin team leader, but if you want, it can be as good, even better. Mariboshi's words had been contradictory. How could it be not as good, but still better? There was a flash of regret on Mariboshi's face that he wasn't part of a three-man cell led by a Jonin, but that look had quickly turned into an expression of seriousness. The old shinobi had told him that as long as he put his nose down and put in the work, his efforts would be rewarded. Those words had only served to confuse Takuma more because he still didn't know what the Genin Corps was. Mariboshi had simply defined it as the general pool of leaf genins. But Takuma knew he was holding back something Takuma hadn't been able to draw out of him. So, he went to search on his own. He couldn't whip out his phone and pull up a search engine to get the information he wanted, so he could turn to the next best source, a library. His official shinobi documentation had yet to be issued, so he could only go to the civilian library for answers. Fortunately for him, he found information about the shinobi military organization in case the civilians wanted to know more about their shinobi counterparts. Unfortunately for him, the records told him the same thing as Mariboshi and were directly led by the Leaf Genin Resource Command. The first break had come from an unexpected source. Takuma sat outside an administrative office with an application for his official shinobi documentation and a folder of required documents in his hands, waiting to be called in, when he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned his head to see a familiar face standing beside him. Taro. Oishi Taro was a classmate of his. Takuma didn't think he had talked to him in the past year. They had sparred numerous times, and Taro had beaten Takuma every time, but they had no contact other than that. "Yo," Taro raised his hand in greeting. "I heard you got directly shipped to Genin Corps. How did you know that?" Takuma hadn't told anyone, and he doubted Mariboshi was talking to any of his classmates. "You weren't there when the Jonin-sensei came to fetch us," said the boy with a man bun. "Everyone except you was there. Hige laughed that they must have failed you, but Kaibe-sensei shut him down and told us that you were somewhere else. My mom told me later that you must have been directly assigned to the Genin Corps." Ah. Taro's parents were shinobi, they weren't from shinobi clans. From what Takuma remembered, his mother was a chunin. He didn't know about the father. "I guess we're in the same boat then," said Taro, sitting beside him. "You're in the Genin Corps?" Takuma shifted to face Taro, surprise spreading on his face. Taro slumped against the bench like he was sitting on a couch in front of his TV. The Jonin-sensei failed me." Takuma frowned. "Aren't they supposed to send you back to the academy? Why did they send you to Genin Corps?" "That's something they tell to scare us," Taro scoffed. "If you fail your Jonin-sensei test, you get sent to the Genin Corps. Our year had 12 teams, 8 of them were failed by their Jonin." 8! Takuma breathed in sharply. That was a 2/3 fail rate. It's normal, Mom told me, Taro shrugged. Ellie Jonin don't grow on trees, and taking a 3 Jonin team is a 4-year commitment from the Jonin side. They just don't accept anyone. Takuma's mouth turned into an O-ring. He didn't know much of that. But just after a moment's thought, it made sense that the failure rate would be so high. He wet his lips before asking, "Hey, what do you think about the Jonin Corps? I heard it's not a good place." Taro hummed in thought as he sunk even lower into the wood bench. It's not the best place to be. The best place would be training under a Jonin sensei in a 3-man cell. Those guys have personalized training, fast track on missions, and better pay. And most importantly, they have the backing of a Jonin. A Jonin's word means a lot in the village. In the Jonin Corps, you have no choice for your mission, the training isn't that good, the pay is lower, and of course, we don't have the backing of Jonin. So yeah, not a great place. You don't seem to be stressed about being in the Jonin Corps, though, asked Takuma doubtfully. My mom said this, Jonin Corps is the place where the shinobi career went to die. That didn't sound ominous at all, Takuma gulped. That is if you stay there. What do you mean? 8 out of 12 teams failed, which means 24 out 36 of us failed, 25 if we count you. More failed than passed, so ending up in Jonin Corps is more common than ending up in a 3-man cell. Even those who passed might end up in Jonin Corp if they don't get promoted by the end of the 4-year commitment by the Jonin. So, most Jonin end up in the Jonin Corps one way or another. It's the norm. The problem is when you stay in the Jonin Corps for too long. You either... Taro was interrupted by the sudden sharp ring of a desk bell from inside the administrative office, followed by a shrill, "Next." Then a person pushed the salon doors and walked out of the office. "It's your turn," said Taro. What was this timing? Takuma yelled to himself as he got up and went into the office to face an annoyed shinobi who snatched the document out of his hands when he tried to offer them. Then the shinobi complained about the application and documents for 10 minutes before accepting them and sending Takuma out of the office. The entire time, Takuma's mind was on the conversation he was having with Taro. Back to the talk, he thought as he pushed past the salon doors. But then he heard a bell ring with, "Next." Taro stood up from the bench and walked inside the office, leaving Takuma alone to sit on the bench, feeling restless to resume the conversation with Taro. "Let's get out of here," said Taro. They left the building, and Taro led them to a tea shop where he ordered a plate of dango sticks. "Do you want some?" he asked. "No, thank you," said Takuma. He could now afford to splurge a little as the base salary of a Leaf Jonin was higher than the allowance he got from the state. That was not counting the permission pay he would earn upon completing missions. An average Leaf Jonin could live an above-average lavish life as a single person with no other commitments. They could even support an additional person if they live a smart, affordable lifestyle. Moreover, there were concessions for various commodities provided to shinobi, making the cost of living even cheaper. He just didn't want to spend money. The man in the office, he was a Jonin from the Jonin Corps, Taro said after eating a couple dango. Every clerk, pen pusher, desk jockey, and building guard who's old, like 20, is from the Jonin Corps. That's a fact. Takuma's sweat dropped. 20 was barely an adult. The worldview of a genuine 11-year-old was frightening. If you stay in the Jonin Corps for long without progress, there's an opportunity to get into clerical positions and get off active duty, but it also means you'll never go anywhere else, Taro continued as he bit off another dango. A non-combatant position doesn't sound bad, though, Takuma said. Shinobi was a dangerous occupation, and getting away from the field must sound great to many people. But you don't have to be in the Jonin Corps to avoid field duty, Taro said as he licked the dango stick. What do you mean? If you can't get promoted to Chunin, you can't go anywhere else, Takuma asked in confusion. There are more ways to get out of Jonin Corps, you know. Oh, you don't know, Taro said after looking at Takuma's expression. Takuma really didn't know. You can test for the engineer's exam to join the engineering school and later join one of the engineering divisions. Similarly, you can join the medical corps by becoming an Irionin medical shinobi. It's tough, though. Dad failed the interviews 3 times before they let him in. Then there are intelligence analysts, lawyers, boring research. My uncle is a bureaucrat? Bureaucrat? Yeah, that. Whatever that is. You can do a lot after spending the 30 months of mandatory active duty. Why stay in the Genin Corps? Taro shrugged, or you can retire when you're old. Takuma did know the last part. A Leaf Shinobi could leave after 10 years of duty and return to their civilian status and choose to pursue something else. You had to put in 20 years at least to get the minimum amount pension, though. And again, the early 20s weren't old. What about you? What do you want to do? Takuma asked Taro. Taro shrugged. I wanted to get on the Jonin team, but that's not happening now. My dad wants me to study for the medical corps, and my mom wants me to become a lawyer. I don't know what I want to do. Not thinking about it, we'll think about it later. My mom's a Chunin, so I'll be fine, so whatever. Having connections like that close to you is definitely useful, thought Takuma. Could he consider Mariboshi as his connection? Yeah, he could. What was Mariboshi's shinobi rank? You're pretty smart, huh, Taro, said Takuma in praise. Nah, you just stupid for not knowing it. Takuma's eye twitched at the blunt insult. He said, did Hige pass? He did. With Aimee and Sho. So you must be stupider than the mutt. That made a hit. Takuma could tell from the way Taro's eyes narrowed that he had made a hit. I'm just what do they say, a late bloomer, said Taro. Kids these days were quicker than he was at their age, Takuma thought as he said, I could be a late bloomer as well. Nah, you just stupid. Does your insult vocabulary only have stupid in it? My mom says not to use curse words. Takuma sighed, remembering his conversation with Taro a couple of days back. It wasn't the best place, but it wasn't the dead ditch he had initially feared. Mariboshi's words about putting in the effort made sense after hearing that Genins could get away from Genin Corps and get into other divisions to improve their career. But did he want that? Takuma furrowed his brows. The reason he had been aiming to become a shinobi wasn't that he wanted career progression and better pay. Yes, those perks were great, but the main reason had been something else. Next. Takuma stepped into the office and faced another desk Genin. He handed her a slip and told his name. The woman got up from her desk and walked to a cabinet before returning to him and giving him a sealed envelope. She asked him to check it and then sign a collection form. He tore the envelope and titled it to drop a laminated ID card onto his palm. Leaf Shinobi Identification Card Name, Takuma. Shinobi Registration, 055-0037. Rank, Genin. Status, Active. Pay grade, GN1. Takuma stared at his picture on the card. It was a bad picture, on the level of a driving license ugly. He knew it would stick until the ID card's expiration date before he would need to renew it or when there was a need for a change. He hadn't chosen to become a shinobi to have a career progression and nice pay. He had chosen because he knew what was waiting for him out there. He didn't even need to cross the village walls, the dangers lurked in the supposed safe village. He had chosen to become a shinobi because he didn't have a choice. He had chosen it because it was essential. Takuma gripped the card harder. He was going to see to it that the rank of the card would someday say Jonin on it, the elite, someone harder to kill off. Because it was essential for his survival. Chapter 32, The Journey Begins. The next day, Takuma found himself in a large field. Unlike the grassy fields with Mariboshi, every step on these yellow fields would kick up dust. Situated in one of the shinobi cantonments of the Leaf Village, the field was the site for the first meeting of the newly minted rookies joining the Genin Corps. After completing his morning training, Takuma arrived early on the field to be safe on his first day. So here he was, waiting for the other rookie Genins to arrive. His classmates began to arrive in groups as if they had decided to meet somewhere else before coming to the meeting site. He didn't greet them and stood by the side, watching them mingle and taking note of everyone who had failed the Jonin test to end up in the same position. They may have acted like they were better than him in the academy, but now they were on the same level as him. He did wave to Taro, who gave him a sup nod. Unlike the day they had met, his messy man bun was made tight and clean. Even he, himself, had cut and combed his hair, clipped his nails, and had his clothes ironed, all to make an excellent first impression. Takuma noticed someone he didn't recognize walking into the field. He immediately straightened up, thinking it was someone senior from the Genin Corps, only to notice that the person was young. The new arrival looked about the same age as him. Soon after, more young people began trickling into the field, and Takuma recognized none of them. They all looked to be his age, and all of them had shiny plates on their forehead protectors. "Hello," one of the strangers walked to him and greeted him with a smile with a gap between the front two incisors. "Where are you from?" Takuma furrowed his brows a smudge. The person spoke in an accent he had never heard before. He had only one accent in the Leaf Village, which was the one he spoke in, but this one was different. He did understand it, though it took a second to process. "My name's Takuma." "Who might you be?" he introduced. "Oh! Nice to meet you, Takuma." "I'm Ando Masaki," said the boy as he shook Takuma's hand with both his hands. "I came from Inaho," he said with a grin. "You're from, where, again?" "Inaho, it's down south, beyond the Kaikyo-in, near the Shuen fields." Masaki rattled off the words like a Gatling gun. Takuma took a moment to separate the joint sentence into individual words. Land of Fire's political landscape with its various regions, provinces, and cities had been part of the academy curriculum. He didn't know Inaho, but he did know Kaikyo-in. It was one of the two great mountain ranges that ran through the Land of Fire. The hidden Leaf Village, itself, was located 200 kilometers from the Kaikyo-in Ranges mountains. He also knew about the Shuen fields, the rice bowl of the Land of Fire. As much as 70% of the nation's rice came from Shuen fields. "So, you're not from the Leaf Village?" Takuma looked at Masaki's forehead protector wrapped around his head. "You are a rookie, right?" "Gave the exam back at home, passed last month." "Came here last week with my pops, he went back home yesterday," said Masaki, his 100-watt smile dimmed a little bit. Takuma digested the information in his mind. He wanted to ask the obvious question but decided to bite it back and went with, "So, how was the academy back at home?" We didn't have one back in Inaho. Kawanashi had one. Inaho, Kawanashi, and 3 other villages shared that one academy." He knew it! Takuma had no idea that there were shinobi academies outside the hidden Leaf Village, but from Masaki's words, he had one near his home. And it was safe to assume that similar shinobi academies existed across the Land of Fire to recruit more people as shinobi. It made sense, didn't it, why only use children from one village/city when you have an entire nation's youth to choose from? Takuma felt he had learned something important. He wet his lip before posing his second question. "Did you give the Jonin test?" If Masaki had dog ears, they would droop down. "Yeah, me, AI, and Nenro gave the test, but she failed us," he said, sounding. "Of course, or else you wouldn't be here," thought Takuma. "The others back home will make fun of us even though we bragged so much." "Others? Fun? What do you mean?" Then Masaki told Takuma something that made him realize how privileged his classmates, not him, were by attending the Shinobi Academy in the Leaf Village. According to Masaki, every year, only the top 3 to 6 of the academy graduates, the very best, would be selected to travel to the Leaf Village to be tested by a Jonin to be part of a 3-man cell. The rest of them would be directly conscripted to the Genin Corps and serve around the regions near their academy. They didn't even get to come to the Leaf Village. "No, I'm privileged as well," thought Takuma. Even though he didn't get a chance to test for the Jonin-led 3-man cell, he was at least in the Leaf Village and not in some remote place. "So, you're from here, huh?" Masaki said. Takuma, who had been lost in thought, focused back on his new companion. "Yeah, I'm from Leaf Village." "Why?" Masaki looked towards the only large group in the field. It was made up of Takuma's classmates. "You're not standing with them or not dressed like that, so I thought you'd be the same as me," he said. Takuma peered at his classmates, and all of them were wearing their own clothes, unlike Takuma and Masaki, who wore the standard blue vest and pants. In fact, Takuma's classmates, along with a couple more, were the only ones not wearing the standard gear. Everyone else was dressed in the same blue attire. "Did they tell you to dress in uniform?" asked Takuma. He was wearing one of the sets Maraboshi had gifted him. He was also issued 2 extra pairs yesterday after getting his ID card. Though, Maraboshi's gifts were of higher quality fabric. "Isaki-sensei, the chunin who came with us, told us to wear the standard gear to put a good impression because we're not from here," said Masaki, still staring at Takuma's classmates. "You don't get along with them?" Takuma shrugged. "Can't say I do. They're not bad people, though. If you want to make friends, go ahead," he said before asking, "What about your other 2 friends?" "I don't see them. You didn't come with them?" "Oh no, they're there." Masaki pointed to a pair standing on the other side of the field. The boy and girl were, similarly, dressed in the standard gear and stood awfully close to each other, and upon a longer look, they were holding hands. "Oh my, are they?" "Yuck," Masaki stuck out his tongue in disgust. "They're always like that. One day, I swear, they will merge into one blob." Takuma laughed. He didn't know if it was natural physiology or because of chakra, but the children in this world were more mature than the children back in his world. It was good that they matured quicker because being a child soldier wasn't nothing to sneeze at. After a while, there were around 100 Jinins gathered in the field in small groups, with Takuma's classmates forming the largest group. Soon after, 2 older men dressed in the standard shinobi gear with flak jackets strolled into the field. One of them looked like a bodybuilder with a buzz cut, while the other looked shady with his dark shades and forehead protector covering his entire head. "Get into a 10x10 grid now," said the bulky man in a naturally loud, gruff voice. "There should be 97 of you here." "Quickly," said the shady man in a breathy voice. The rookie Jinin followed the orders and formed a 10x10 grid with the last 3 places empty. The bulky shinobi waited until everyone was silent and looked at them and then raised one of his hands to reveal an analog stopwatch. "It took you 2 minutes and 17 seconds to stand properly." He stared down the Jinin in front of him before sneering. "Pathetic." Takuma narrowed his eyes at the venom in the bulky man's voice. He glanced around, and others were showing varied expressions reflecting the same emotion. "At least all of you are on time," the shady guy snickered. "All of you, whatever filth you crawled from, are here because you were deemed unfit by an elite jonin of their time and guidance. In other words, they marked you as useless garbage. Due to that, you were conscripted to the Genin Corps because this is the only place that would take you in," the bulky guy said apathetically. Takuma could feel the tension rise around him. He could see Masaki beside him clench his fist, recalling what he had told him. Masaki was sent to the Leaf Village for being the best in his class, and now, he was being told that he was useless. He could understand the reaction. "I am Chunin Ueda Yoshio," said the bulky man. "But you don't call me that. Call me by name, and I'll make you regret being born. If you want to address me, do it by sir. As a matter of fact, any shit that comes out of your mouth should be followed by a sir. Does everybody understand?" There was an unchorused mumble of yes, sir from the Jinins. "You guys can't even respond properly," the shady guy shouted at them. "I have perfect hearing, and I didn't hear it. Do you understand?" This time, the group chorused with a loud yes, sir. "We will see about that." Yoshi glared at everyone. "I don't know what I did, but I was unfortunate enough to be handed the duty to whip you failures into shape so that you won't embarrass Leaf Shinobi, no, all shinobi across the lands, in front of our patrons. I will try to accomplish this task, no matter how unlikely I think it is, because those are my orders, and every word that comes out of my mouth will be your orders. Understood?" "Yes, sir." "Good, now tell me which one of you is the shitstain named Takuma." Takuma, who had been staring straight ahead like in a military movie, flinched. "Me, sir," he hesitantly raised his hand. Yoshio walked through the grid until he was standing uncomfortably close to Takuma, who could feel his warm breath over his face and smell the scent of deodorant that the larger man had worn. Takuma didn't blink or look at Yoshio and simply started ahead in the back of the skull of the person standing in front of him. "Listen, everyone, dear boy Takuma here failed his graduation test twice before he somehow lucked out on the third try. I don't know how he passed the third time, and if the invigilator weren't Chunin, who is not even on the same planet as him, I would have thought he cheated. I think he still did something fishy to pass because there's no way this stupid twig could be a shinobi. He was so bad that, unlike all of you, they didn't even let him test for a 3-man cell." Hearing Yoshio's voice this close rattled Takuma's heart in his chest. Yoshio leaned forward, his nose almost touching Takuma's temple. "I don't know whose ass you licked to get that headband, but make one stupid mistake, and I swear to God that there will be no luck helping you here." "Yes, sir," Takuma said loudly, his eyes trained straight. He had taken the judging eyes of his classmates until they had grown desensitized and had grown to see it as normal. A little bit of yelling in his face, while new, didn't really affect him. He was prepared for it. The announcement of his failure to people who didn't know did get to him, even though he knew the rumor would leak his result through his classmates. Yoshio, who was leaning away from Takuma, froze when he heard the shout and stared at Takuma with a hard stare that only broke because someone in the assembly scoffed. It was one of Takuma's classmates, and while Yoshio missed it, the shady guy caught it. He briskly walked to the guy and yelled into his face. "Is there something funny, Jinin? Tell everyone so they can also laugh. Do you think you're better than him? Do you? At least he wore his uniform, you didn't even have that common sense. We gave you the gears for a reason. Goddamn, wear them." The classmate who had laughed flinched and looked down at his feet. "Everyone who didn't wear the provided uniform will stay back today," said Yoshio. He walked to the front of the group before addressing them again. "You're hereby part of the Genin Corp basic training. If I do my job properly, you'll enjoy hell after you die." Takuma straightened and up-clenched his fists. If life was going to be hard, then so was he. Chapter 33:034. Takuma could hear his breathing inside his head as he observed his team in various states of exertion. On the first day, the rookie Genins had been apportioned into teams of 5 each. Any group activity was to be done with the team. His new team was interesting, to say the least. "You're a monster, Masaki," said the girl with the bub cut and a lock of hair braided a violet ribbon just in front of the ear. She was huffing heavily with her hands on her knees as she looked up at Masaki. She wasn't wrong. After sprinting for the better part of half an hour, Masaki looked like he could do it for another hour without breaking a sweat. Masaki's laugh was boisterous. "You don't train enough, AI," he said with his arms crossed over his chest. "I train enough. You're the deviant one." Masaki laughed more. "AI's right, Masaki. You're just something else," said the guy standing beside AI with his hands resting on his waist as he caught his breathing. Takuma could confidently say that he hadn't seen a more handsome 11-year-old in both of his lives. Nenro, Masaki's classmate from the academy, was strikingly good-looking with his blonde hair, blue eyes, and tall stature. Takuma had noticed many interested eyes from girls and the rookies lingering at Nenro, and many had even come to talk to him over. The number would have been higher if AI hadn't staked her claim in public. Takuma wondered if it was a coincidence or deliberate that Masaki, AI, and Nenro were placed together on the team. That left the last member of his team. Takuma turned to look at the ground behind him, where Taro wheezed on the ground as if there wasn't enough oxygen in the world. "I never noticed you have such low stamina," Takuma said to Taro. Taro stared up at him and looked like he wanted to say something but closed his eyes. "Takuma, you also seem to be doing well," Nenro's voice made Takuma turn towards the handsome blonde and chuckle. "I run a lot," he smiled wryly. "I'm sorry, should I've not asked?" Ninro asked with a worried look on his face. Eh? Ah, no, it's nothing, Takuma waved him off. It was more like he was forced to run by Mariboshi during the leaf/coin concentration practice. He wasn't as sunny as Masaki, but he had already caught his breath and could go again. How's the search for the apartment going? He asked. AI perked up as a starry look appeared in her eyes. We found the perfect place. It's only a couple streets away from the main road. The market and bathhouse are like 5 minutes away. And you won't believe how nice the apartment is. It's better than my home back in Kawanishi, she said in glowing praise. We're going to finalize the lease today, Ninro smiled softly. Well, congratulations on finding someplace you like. We're going to have a housewarming party or something when we get some time. Come visit us then, said Masaki. Takuma nodded. He still lived in the same place. The state previously rented the place, and the rent was paid directly by them without Takuma needing to do it himself. But after Takuma graduated, that stopped like the allowance. The landlord had come asking the very first day if Takuma wanted to rent, and he had agreed. Even though his house was nowhere near the main streets or the market, the apartment was excellent in shape and had 24 hours of electricity and water, and even though the neighborhood didn't house great characters, it was quiet, something Takuma appreciated. Plus, he was comfortable with his place, and that's what mattered most. And it wasn't like he could afford a place in a nicer area like the trio, even they could only afford it because they were splitting the rent 3 ways. The landlord had drawn a new lease after a long round of negotiation in which Takuma dragged the price down as much as he could. On the downside, he had to give 3 months' rent in advance, which had put a dent in his savings. Though, I'm surprised that we found the place so quickly. The landlord didn't even try to negotiate the price much and looked happy to rent the place to us, said Ninro with concern. I fear that there must be something wrong with the place. Don't jinx it, Ninro, AI lightly kicked Ninro on his leg. Shinobi make great tenants. Everyone turned to Taro, who had now sat on the ground. Or to be precise, Genin makes for great tenants. Shinobi are paid more handsomely than most professions out there, and Genin are only assigned D- and C-rank missions where the risk of dying is lower than the higher-grade missions that aren't assigned to Genins. There's rarely any downside to renting out to Genins. Chunin and Jonin, on the other hand, are a completely different story. B-rank missions anticipate combat with other shinobi, and the risk of casualties spikes up like a mountain. I don't even need to speak about A-rank assignments. And owners don't really prefer tenants who can die one random day, leaving them responsible for cleaning out the place, contacting the next of kin, and doing additional paperwork, thus making Chunin and Jonin terrible tenants. My dad said that he and Mom were forced to take out a loan to buy our house because they couldn't find a good place to rent. That made sense. Takuma didn't know how much his status as Genin contributed to his landlord from keeping the apartment for the ever-reliable state to renting out his property to an 11-year-old. The landlord had visited the apartment for regular checkups and had never complained about anything as Takuma kept his place clean, and he never had any complaints from his neighbors as he wasn't at home for most of the day. Maybe that contributed as well, he thought. Gather up. Yoshio's voice boomed in the field. No one wasted one movement and hurried to gather in front of the instructor as if the last one would be strung up dead. In less than half a minute, 25 Genins had placed themselves in a neat 5x5 grid that they had learned to form in the past 2 weeks. The 97 Genins had been quartered into 3 groups of 25, one of 22, made up of teams of 5 or 4. Takuma's group had the fortune, or ill fortune, as Taro put it, to be taught by Yoshio, while some other Chunins took the other groups. To be tired by running a few steps. Pathetic, said Yoshio as he walked the ample space between each Genin. He had a baton in his hand to strike them whenever someone did something he didn't appreciate. Yoshio walked behind Taro and smacked him on his back to make him stand in rod-like attention, or whenever he found even the slightest of mistakes. As you losers are right now, you're going to be mauled by drunkards and filthy bandits, and while I don't mind that happening, the higher-ups don't want to see the money spent stitching your uniforms go to waste. I warned them not to pay you little shits, but they didn't listen, so I have to make sure you don't die in some random ditch while on missions." Takuma felt insulted at the remark. He didn't know about a bandit, as he hadn't met one, but he could wipe the floor with the drunkards he had said in his neighborhood. He glanced at his taijutsu proficient classmates, and they looked more displeased than him. "We're going to remedy that, but before that, I need a volunteer." A mocking smirk surfaced on his face. "Which one of you sorry doormats think they can take me on? Anyone who thinks they're better than me?" A hand was immediately raised, and Takuma recognized it was one of his classmates, one with higher taijutsu proficiency. "Sir! I think I can do that, sir," he said loudly. Yoshio grinned and threw the baton away. He beckoned the guy forward. The genin walked out of the grid with an angry look on his face and immediately darted toward Yoshio without warning. The Chunin instructor's grin widened as he effortlessly caught a kick from the genin. Yoshio's muscles bulged under his vest as he used the caught leg to swing the genin and thrash him into the ground face first. There was a sickening gah from Takuma's classmate. Yoshio raised his foot and stomped it down on the guy's calf. Even though it wasn't audible, Takuma could hear the bone crack in his mind. His breath caught for a second. "Are you all right, genin?" Yoshio asked, unbothered by what he had just done. Takuma's classmate was holding his leg and shaking. His body had shrunk slightly into a fetal position. He said in a croaky voice, "Sir." "Yes, sir." However, I think I broke my foot, sir." "Nothing serious then," smiled Yoshio. He then yelled, "Medic!" In the middle of the large field shared by all 5 groups, the shady guy with dark glasses, who had accompanied Yoshio on the first day, sat on a foldable chair under a beach umbrella. He put down whatever book he was reading and teleported from there to beside Yoshio using Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker jutsu. He knelt down beside the cowering genin. He pulled the pants sleeve and observed the injury while the genin hissed, groaned, and yelled in pain when he was poked or his leg was moved. The shady guy weaved hand seals before holding the leg with one hand and placing his other hand over the point of breakage for an iridescent green glow of Iryo-jutsu to appear. "You see, I was pissed when they forced me to teach you a lot that I decided. I couldn't do anything as they were my orders, but I decided to make it a little fun. So, I proposed a harmless bet to the instructors. All 4 of us train our groups, and at the end of the basic training, 1 team for each group will participate in a tournament to decide a winner," said Yoshio. Takuma narrowed his eyes. The shitty instructor was using them for fun and games. This was definitely some sort of new rookie hazing, pitting them against each other like animals in a fight club and enjoying as they beat each other up. "Of course, we understand the need for some motivation for you lazy lot," Yoshio continued. "The 4 teams that participate in the tournament will not be participating as teams, they will participate as individuals, meaning there will be 1 winner." The Chunin instructor raised 1 finger. "As a reward, the winner will get a C-rank jutsu scroll." Takuma's eyes widened as he heard gasps around him. The Academy 3 were E-rank jutsu. Rookie genins like them were allowed access to a library of D-rank jutsu. C-rank jutsu was beyond that. Takuma didn't know if genins were allowed access to C-rank jutsu, but from the gasps around him, he could infer that even if they were, he wasn't going to get his hands on one for a long time. "For my group, that's you guys, there will be a leaderboard that will be updated every week. Every week, the team on the top will be exempted from some punishment everyone else will have to face." Yoshio's face was the perfect expression of evil. "The team on the top of the leaderboard at the end of the basic training will participate in the final tournament." Takuma clenched his grip on his other wrist behind his back. He could feel his heartbeat through the pulse on his wrist. A C-rank jutsu. For an orphan like him who wasn't part of a Jonin-led 3-man cell, or from a shinobi clan, or had close relatives in the shinobi organization, a C-rank jutsu was more precious than gold. He had to get it. He was going to get it. No matter what it took. Chapter 34, Yoshio. The roofs in the Hidden Leaf Village were considered free property for shinobi to traverse through. Any day, one could spot at least 24 shinobi jumping from roof to roof to avoid the roads crowded with slow civilians. Takuma looked down at the road street from a tall roof in a residential area. He stepped back and ran to the next roof, jumping over a gap between the buildings that would have made him pee a little even thinking about jumping if he was in his previous body. His new body, though, his shinobi body could put any professional tracers, individuals who practice parkour, to shame. He had strength, balance, dexterity, and nimbleness that allowed him to be as comfortable between buildings and roofs as he would be on a flat road. He again stepped near the ledge and observed Taro and Masaki walking on the road. The rookie Genins were made to walk a beat in a part of a village as part of guard duty. They would walk the streets, converse with the people they met on the way, keep up to date with the events in the area, and help anyone who they could. However, as this was part of the basic training, Yoshio instructed them to only have 2 people on the road while the other 3 would watch over them as part of a stealth and backup simulation. Takuma peered at the buildings across the street and saw Nenro also skipping through the rooftops of the buildings and keeping an eye on the 2 walking the road. As for AI, she was somewhere hidden doing the same job. He had lost sight of her, which meant she was doing a good job. Basic training hadn't been what he expected. The training was tough, but nothing he hadn't done with Mariboshi. Takuma still started his training at 4 in the morning. He did it alone as Mariboshi had started retaking regular missions before going to the Genin basic training. He trained in different things, involving his team and group under Yoshio, who did hit him well, everyone a lot. The Chunin instructor, in only their first week, threw a shuriken into one of his Genin's palms after an argument before nonchalantly calling for the Irionin. As long as the shady guy Chunin, Takuma still didn't know his name, could heal the injury, Yoshio would inflict it as a punishment. Takuma had gotten his thigh bone bruised and suffered microfractures that had pained him so much when Yoshio had made him walk to the shady guy sitting halfway across the field to get healed. The thing that disappointed Takuma was that they were still going through academy-level stuff that everyone could do. Everyone knew how to do it, but Yoshio ordered them to train them anyways and would punish them for even the most minor mistakes. Takuma hoped they would move on to something new. "What are you thinking about?" Takuma skipped on his feet, shifting his weight on the ball of his feet, as he twisted back with a kunai already in his hand to slash the person who had sneaked up on him. Scrying! His kunai met another as sparks flew on contact. Takuma immediately overpowered his opponent and was about to push them back to get some space and launch the next attack when he noticed that the supposed foe was his female teammate. "What were you thinking sneaking up on me like that?" Takuma said as he stepped back and loosened his grip on his kunai. One didn't just sneak up on a shinobi like that and not expect to get stabbed in the face. He sighed. He still needed to get used to his new teammate's antics. AI stuck out her tongue and twirled her kunai with her finger in the ring. Among Takuma's team, AI was the moodmaker with her outgoing character. In the team with quiet characters such as Takuma and Taro, AI was the one who struck up conversations that involved the entire group. Even Masaki, the friendliest of them all, and Nenro, the most popular guy of the rookie Genins, followed AI's lead in conversations. Takuma was sure if AI was in his previous world, she would be successful as a streamer or any internet personality. "Why were you here?" he asked. "Nothing happens during patrolling. I was getting bored. I wish something would happen, anything." AI shrugged as she followed Takuma to the next roof. "Nothing happening is good for us," said Takuma, still keeping an eye on the road from every successive rooftop. But he didn't tell her to go away. He was also getting bored. "Hey, do you think we will ace the board this week?" AI asked. Group Yoshio Weekly Rankings. The 5 teams would compete throughout the week in every activity in hopes of being at the top of the group's weekly rankings. There was no set scoreboard, and Yoshio didn't reveal the running order until the very last day while announcing the winner, nor did he specify a point system that would help them estimate their ranking. Because of that, every team had to be on top of their game throughout the week, fearing that some other team had taken their spot the other day. "We haven't done anything different than the last 3 weeks, so I don't think so," Takuma said. "But we are doing everything we can," AI grumbled before doing a flip between 2 buildings. "I really want us to win this week." The rankings reset every week, and their group had been consistently in second and third position every week, while every other team was wildly inconsistent in their rankings. Takuma was sure when the points for every week were tallied, they would be favorites for entry into the final tournament. However, that wasn't enough. Coming first in the weekly rankings came with a reward in the form of mission points. Mission points were the other currency in the Leaf Shinobi military other than money. In many ways, mission points were more important than Ryo, as Jutsu from the Jutsu library could only be accessed by paying through mission points. As the name suggested, mission points were earned by completing missions. The genin in basic training weren't allowed to apply to official missions to earn mission points. So for Takuma, the only way to earn mission points was through topping Group Yoshio's weekly rankings. The way I see it, we need to win the fights if we want to top the rankings, Takuma said as he stopped on a rooftop and watched the building across the street as Nenro ran through the roof while a young man hung his washed laundry on the clothing line to dry. Nenro apologetically nodded for disturbing the man and immediately jumped to the next roof. AI giggled at the sight. She then asked, "Taro said something like that, right?" Takuma nodded. Taro had pointed out that the teams that grabbed the first place in the last 3 weeks had collectively won most fights throughout the week. He had shown them a tally as proof that he had drafted sometime they weren't looking. Yoshio said that the final tournament is a competition among instructors, and I'm pretty sure they have put money into it. I mean, why wouldn't they? So, by giving out mission points, Yoshio is trying to reward the team with the combat ability who would then win him the final tournament, Takuma analyzed. If the other teams hadn't figured it out yet, it was only a matter of time before everyone did. Combined with Taro's win tally, it was safe to infer that fights had a considerable weight in Yoshio's secret/internal grading system. That's gonna be tough, AI said with a little blush on her cheeks. Takuma was no longer the weakest person among his peers. He had gone from the bottom of the barrel to the top 15 out of the 25 people group. He didn't win any fights, but he had a better record than AI, who won more than Taro. Nenro and Masaki were the reason why their team was able to bag the third and sometimes second place. Nenro hovered in 11th or 10th place, but it was Masaki who consistently made it into the top 10 rankings, which, other than him, was occupied by the clan and shinobi-born kids. The buzz-cut bald kid with gap between his front teeth hit like a tank. If we want to be on the top, you, me, and Taro will need to win more, said Takuma with a shrug. It was the plain truth. That and complete the drills faster and better than everyone else. If we can do that, it's only natural we will be on the top. It sounds easy, she sighed. Not to me. Takuma pursed his lips and knew that she understood it as well. He had been trying to polish his taijutsu skills. He had observed Nenro and Masaki fighting. They possessed a fluidity in their movement, and he tried to ask them what it was, but they didn't seem to know what he was pointing out. He lacked what they had. If they wanted mission points, something needed to change soon. The change came quickly. Today, we're going to work on chakra control, Yoshio announced after another grueling conditioning drill. He did his customary round through the grid and let his baton eat while correcting the postures. Takuma, how did you train your chakra control, if you did, that is? Through leaf concentration practice, sir. Takuma said in a sturdy voice, his body rigid in attention. So, what are we going to do today? Takuma thought about what they had been doing these days, the same old academy stuff, so he was going to repeat his words, but as the words formed in his throat, he felt Yoshio's heat behind him, and he swore he could feel the cold baton as well. The tree climbing practice, sir, he took the risk and changed the answer at the last moment. Yoshio, who had gripped his baton ready to strike Takuma, smacked it back into his palm and stared at the back of Takuma's head for a solid few seconds. Takuma felt the gaze trying to boil his brain through his skull. You're correct for a change, said Yoshi, and you've ruined my day. Takuma held back the biggest grin from splitting his face and put on his best stone-cold stoic face as Yoshio passed him by, giving him a displeased look. Today, we're going to learn the next step in improving your pathetic chakra control. Follow me! The last one to arrive will have to do 30 push-ups with their heaviest teammate on their back, saying that Yoshio took off and the Jinin, who had just done a long conditioning drill, had to follow the absurd pace set by the Chunin instructor. Yoshio only stopped when they reached an area with a tall wall in the middle. It was just a single gray concrete wall just standing in the middle of the empty field. They had to crane up their necks to look at the wall that looked to be around 4-story tall. Even though it's called the tree climbing practice, you lot are going to do it on a wall, Yoshio said. He then paused and looked at Takuma. So, you were technically wrong, this improves my mood. Yoshio walked to the wall and started to climb up the wall without using his hands. He walked halfway, removed one of his legs, and crossed it over the other thigh. Gather chakra in the bottom of your feet and climb the tree using the same concept of sticking as the leaf concentration practice. Just here, the weight is different, and the sole of your feet is a difficult place to gather chakra. If any of your numbskulls didn't know, better chakra control means you can cast jutsu easier. The second purpose is to develop a sense of building chakra in your body. A shinobi is constantly moving in the heat of battle, and processes like molding chakra and directing it gets difficult when most of your mind needs to focus on other things. You need to practice chakra control until it becomes instinctual, and the tree climbing practice is the place where you start. Yoshio jumped off the wall and landed on the ground with his bulky body throwing up a lot of dust. He continued, "This is how you're going to do it. You will climb up the wall and walk down the other side." Then a grin appeared on Yoshio's face that disturbed Takuma. The sound of weight shifting of feet around him told that the rest of the group thought the same. The first team to complete the exercise successfully will be rewarded. All the members will get a very generous cache of mission points, Yoshio announced. The moment Yoshio finished, Takuma knew how he was going to make up for the mission points he had lost out by not being the top team. Chapter 35, Hands, Not Feet. If Takuma could say it, he would say it up close to Yoshio's face. For all his bulging muscles and overwhelming masculine energy, the Chunin instructor was softer than Mariboshi. Takuma definitely feared Yoshio's metal baton, verbal harassment, and the punishments for mistakes, but he would take all of that in a heartbeat as opposed to the penalties that Mariboshi imposed upon failure. Even the much more difficult tree walking practice didn't seem as daunting and dreadful as Mariboshi's version of leaf concentration practice with multiple objects of heavier and heavier weights with grinding penalties to the boot. Takuma looked at his peers on either side as they started with a run-up on the ground and used that momentum and speed to try rushing up the wall. He didn't know who started it, but soon everyone was using the same running approach. Only 2 people hadn't adopted the strategy, Takuma himself and Taro. Takuma had his past trauma of wanting to fail the least, even if it meant he tried less than others. The trauma of losing money still haunted him. As for Taro, he simply stood at the back, observing everyone. Takuma gave Taro a fleeting glance before focusing on the wall in front of him. While the tree walking practice and leaf concentration practice operated on the same concept of sticking using chakra, one key difference between the 2 exercises set them apart. The difference was the difference in mass, or force caused by mass, in action. Yesterday, when Yoshio announced the tree walking practice and the mission point reward, he had distributed the scroll on the tree walking practice. Unlike a jutsu scroll, this scroll didn't have any hand seals and directions, as the exercise didn't need any. Instead, the tree walking scroll was a theoretical research piece on how leaf concentration and tree walking practice worked. And after having embarrassed himself in front of Mariboshi upon skipping the text walls in the Henge no Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, scroll, Takuma had spent time reading the scroll in an effort to learn the technique quickly and bag the mission points. Takuma placed his hand, palm flat, on the wall and channeled chakra through his chakra pathway system and out of the hand's tenketsu, chakra points. He pushed his hand down slightly, and instead of sticking, the hand slid down. Even the slightest tug was enough to dislodge his hand when he used the amount of chakra he used to stick a stack of coins. Mass is going to be key here, Takuma thought as he pressed one finger on the wall and applied a constant downward pull, dragging his finger down, until it suddenly stopped as Takuma felt a force adhering his finger to the wall. The theory scroll was complex. Takuma disliked that it was clearly written by an academician for other academics in the classic research paper language that had trumped him back at college when he needed to do secondary research for assignments and projects. He wasn't that. He hadn't researched chakra, his knowledge was that of a layman. Every sentence and paragraph had taken him thrice over to understand. But he had gained something out of it. While 20 or so people ran toward the wall, Takuma stood near the wall with his hand raised straight above. He jumped as high as he could and tried to slap his hand on the wall at the top of his leap and keep them on the wall as he inevitably slid down. When compared to others, he looked downright stupid. Nenro was doing the exercise beside him and asked, "Takuma, what are you doing?" Takuma shushed harshly and said, "Go away, don't bother me," without looking at his teammate. Takuma jumped again and slapped his hand at the peak of his vertical reach. He slid down again, but a tiny bit slower than before. He jumped again, and this time his hand was blown away from the wall as he crashed his back on the floor. "Are you all right?" Nenro came to him again. Yeah, I'm all right, thanks." Takuma got up. "Do you want me to help?" asked Nenro. Where Nenro practiced, there was a white chalk palm print on the wall 15 feet above the ground. Takuma shook his head at his teammate. "Maybe, tomorrow. But not today, my friend, not today," he smiled before facing the wall again. Due to the nature of chakra sticking where only the correct amount allowed perfect adhesion, anything less would form a weak bond, and anything more would blow the person or object away. Takuma couldn't stand on the ground and adhere his hands to the wall and start scaling the wall like Spider-Man. Even if he stuck his hand on a spot and then tried to dangle from it, the weight change would erase the adhesion, and he would fall. If he tried to compensate chakra for the weight before dangling, his hand would be blown away as, at that moment, the chakra was much more than required for just the hand to stick. Chakra sticking was different from glue in such a way. Something Takuma had learned from the scroll. He could dynamically regulate chakra as mass, or force, changed, which was needed to actually tree walk as with every step, a force was applied on the surface, requiring a change in chakra quantity to maintain the adhesion, but his proficiency was still away from that level. So, he jumped, and after numerous tries of slowly sliding down or being blown away. Slap! Takuma slapped his hand on the wall while simultaneously releasing chakra through Tenketsu. And with one hand stuck on the wall, he dangled. Takuma looked down and he could see his feet off the ground. "Holy shit, I did it," he muttered to himself. He looked around, and he could see the other genin staring at him. He waved to Masaki, who waved back with his jaws slightly open. They had yet to be able to stick a point on the wall. All of them were trying to run up the wall, taking the next step as soon as possible before the loose adhesion on the foot collapsed due to excessive force so they could plant the other foot on a higher point. That wasn't true tree walking. Takuma remembered. Yoshio had walked up the wall and then had stopped halfway through and remained there, even removing one foot to showboat. Staying on the spot on a vertical surface, that was true tree walking. Looking up at the height of the wall, Takuma could see a lot of distance for him to cover. He raised his free hand and tried to place it on a higher spot, but in doing so, he put force on his adhered hand so he could push his body upwards a little. Force increased, and the applied chakra was suddenly not enough to maintain the adhesion. Takuma's hand came off the wall, and he slid down rapidly. Slap! He hurriedly slapped his other hand on the wall and applied the same amount of chakra he had done for the correct adhesion, and it worked. His fall stopped, and he dangled with his other hand supporting his weight. Only, instead of gaining height as he had attempted, he lost several feet of it. Shit, he cursed. Takuma sighed. He was now in the same position as the others. They could run up but not stick. He could stick but not climb up. But he wasn't worried because he had read the scroll. He needed to increase the chakra output dynamically as the force against the wall increased. Do it slowly, he thought, it was like letting up the clutch, you did it smoothly. He strained his arm as he pulled himself up and placed the other arm higher up on the wall, and in one fell swoop, he outputted the chakra on the higher hand while letting the lower one go. Okay. Takuma yelled out loud, hyped for the one step he had taken. He immediately tried to climb higher and ended up messing up the chakra output and ended up slipping a couple feet before catching himself. This time, he cursed himself out loud. Climbing using chakra was different from traditional climbing, as Takuma wasn't using his legs to secure leverage. He used his hands as absolute holds and then pulled himself up with them without using his legs to push himself up. From the ground, it looked like he was dragging himself up the straight wall. Doing it this way was tiring. His shoulders, elbows, and wrists felt exhausted and weak. If he wanted the chakra to act like sticky gloves, he would need a lot of practice in regulating his chakra according to the force shifts. For now, he had to do it this way. When he looked down, he saw that he was several meters high. He had already scaled 3 out of 4 stories height. Takuma looked up, and even though the slow deliberate climb had his body hurting, he raised his other hand. He was going to make it to the top. Yoshio, on the other side of the wall, sat on an outdoor chair with a report in his hand. Even though he was training Jin and brats, he still had to do damn paperwork. They need to pay me more for this shit, he grumbled as he filled what felt like the 100th dotted line. He hadn't gone checked how his group was doing on the other side of the wall. They weren't academy students anymore, and it wasn't his responsibility to baby them. They needed to work hard if they wanted to succeed. He would go observe them secretly just before the end of the session, which was whenever he wanted it to end, to see who all was slacking and punish them like the pathetic weasels they were. He didn't mind if they hadn't made substantial progress. As long as they put in the work, they would eventually get it, which was the important thing. Of course, if someone showed substantial progress that satisfied him, they could slack off. Results did matter, after all. Whoa! He heard a voice and craned his neck up to see a figure standing on top of the wall with his hands raised up. He narrowed his eyes to identify who it was, and his eyes widened when he saw it was Takuma. The weakest of his group, of the current of the batch. The only one to fail 2 graduation attempts. Some failed one of them, but none failed 2, none had done it in a while. Which was why it had been such a conversation among the instructor. He was waiting to see a lazy brat unfit to be a shinobi walk into the basic training, and he was ready to whip the kid into a functional bottom-of-the-barrel genin, the type who eventually became career genin, but the person who walked on contradicted most he had seen on the report. Yes, he was barely skilled in the basic Bukijutsu, but other than that, he was decently competent in taijutsu and could perform the Academy 3 well. How much chakra he was wasting was another topic. He was disciplined and seemed to gel with his team. If Yoshio had to point something out, Takuma seemed a bit too rigid and needed to talk more. He was no way the best genin he had got, but at the same time, he wasn't the worst he had seen. And he could appreciate those who put in the work. Didn't expect him to get to the top first, Yoshio thought. He assumed it would be one of the clan kids. But then he saw Takuma starting to climb down. What the hell's he doing? Takuma climbed down on his hands instead of his feet as he explicitly instructed. Yoshio could tell that Takuma was using chakra but on his hands and not his feet. And what was supposed to be the harder part of the challenge, as walking down the wall meant that gravity was now working in favor, which made sticking to the wall much harder while rapidly came down as opposed to when running up where you could lean your body forward while rushing. Without proper technique, their hold would weaken, and they would plummet down, had turned into Takuma climbing down flat against the wall, looking foolish. The climb down was excruciatingly slow, showing the boy's inexperience with the technique. Takuma eventually made his way to the bottom without messing up. Woo, celebrated the brat, his arms limp by his side. And what is this celebration for? Yoshio asked as he got up with the baton in hand. Jin and Takuma, you do remember I said that the challenge would only be considered successful when you scaled and climbed down the wall without using your hands. Takuma straightened up, assuming proper. He looked forward in the distance, not meeting Yoshio's eyes. Sir, I remember, sir, he said loudly. Then what was that you just did? Sir, as you said, chakra is notoriously difficult to gather near the feet. However, it's the easiest to gather chakra in hands. I use my hands to familiarize myself with the process so that I'd be able to progress faster when I switch to feet, sir, said Takuma. Yoshio couldn't find words for a moment. The logic made sense. Because people use their hands so much in their daily lives, it was instinctively easier to gather chakra in their hands, as opposed to legs, which, while people regularly used a lot, were the furthest from the heart where chakra was produced. He decided to throw a hypothetical at Takuma. Do you not fear embarrassment that everyone will learn the technique when you are still floundering with your strange hand climbing, left behind alone? Takuma didn't look fazed at all. Sir, I intend to win the mission points, sir, he said. Yoshio scoffed as any respectable instructor would do. You need all of your team to complete the challenge before any other team. As it stands, you're the furthest behind everyone, which places your team behind everyone else. But he could appreciate the effort and sentiment. He decided to not punish the brat for making zero official progress. Chapter 37, Recognition. Yoshio stretched his legs as he got up from his outside chair and pocketed the scroll he was working on. Keeping the tree walking practice at the end of every training session worked very well for him. He got 1 hour of free time that he used to complete work other than training the brats, which allowed him to call it a day immediately after the training ended. As intended, he had already completed the day's work. For the last 30 minutes, he would observe his group to gauge their progress. He weaved the hand seals for the body flicker jutsu, Shanshin no jutsu, and a moment later, he was on the other side of the wall, and a place a distance away from his genins, so they wouldn't notice him. Even if they had guessed when the training ended, 30 minutes was enough time to observe them in hiding to see if they were actually working or just pretending in the last few moments. It was a real problem. Yoshio knew it was because he had done it when he was a genin, though he was in a Jonin lead 3-man cell. His sensei had found out about it and hooped his ass into the ground. He saw no reason why his genin should be any different. It was already the 4th day after his tree climbing practice announcement. Yoshio expected that most, if not everyone, would be able to gain decent proficiency by the end of the 3rd week, enough to scale up and down the wall. Though, he expected those more efficient with their chakra and those from shinobi clans to start making significant progress by the end of the 1st week. After that, it would take them 3 to 5 days to complete the exercise. Generally, clanless kids with shinobi parents followed soon after and would be done by the end of the 2nd week with a day or 2 of leeway. The remains would then complete theirs all over in the 3rd week. Let's see how much they have improved today. Yoshio took out a small notebook upon which he had noted everyone's maximum height from yesterday. Tree walking improved gradually but consistently until the moment the sense for it kicked in, and then it was easy to improve it to a decent level. His group was still in the gradual progress stage. He checked the teams one by one, and as expected, they seemed to be following the norms. Clan kids were doing well, those with shinobi parentage seemed to be competing, and civilian-born seemed to follow along nicely at their own pace. Yoshio arrived at the last team, Team 5. His eyes first went to the group leader, pretty boy Nenro. The kid had talent, even though he was a recruit from outside Konoha, and not from one of the major cities which had respectable academies, but from a small-town academy. Nenro was competing with some of the clan kids. His skill set was balanced and refined, which meant he would have many choices in the future. Yoshio liked him. He worked hard enough, knew how to communicate with others, and was well liked. If the cards were played right, he could see a potential chunin in the making. The chunin position traditionally valued leadership more than anything else, and the boy's natural charisma would do wonders for him in that regard. After noting down the progress, Yoshio moved on to AI, the girl from the same town as Nenro. If he was being honest, she had a lot of things she could improve upon. AI could perform the general rookie genin skill set learned in the academy as well as anyone else, but they could be raised to another level if she polished her basics. He decided to push her more during the drills and force her to improve. Surprisingly, AI was higher on the wall than even Nenro. Her chakra control seemed to be great. Girls tended to be better at chakra control, but she was doing phenomenally. Yoshio noted the observation for his end of basic training report that he needed to formulate for the counselor. He looked forward to seeing if she would be one of the first to complete the challenge. It was then time for the third brat from the same academy. Yoshio took pride in his responsibility as an instructor, and he had broken down many genin to be made better in his career. But Masaki was one of those tough cookies who was either super mental strength or dense as a brick because the boy didn't break down even a little bit. Yoshio had tried to make the boy be a little more serious or at least put on a serious front, but the boy was as outwardly jovial as he was when he arrived. At the same time, he liked the people of Masaki's type. They were simple and straightforward and turned out to be generally nice people, and he enjoyed working with nice people. Plus, the boy could hit hard. No one in his group hit as hard as Masaki. The boy would have gone far if he was born a Kimichi. The next one gave Yoshio some headaches. Through his career, he had learned that it was the lazy yet intelligent ones that did well. If they were the right type of laziness, they would take action and choose choices that would make their time easier. And they were the types who ended up in important leadership positions. But basic training was his domain. Yoshio didn't care for laziness, be it the wrong or right type. He wanted everyone to be working themselves to the bone so that he could say they had done all they could have. But the damned brat did just enough to avoid his baton. Yoshio saw potential he could beat out, but he was held back because the brat was being tricky. I will get him, Yoshio thought. There were plans for the future that would force Taro to act with more initiative. Now, how's the weird kid doing today? Yoshio's eyes went to the final member of the team. Yoshio didn't care what method anyone used as long as they got the job done, so he ignored Takuma's unorthodox approach and even looked upon it with interest. But it had been 2 days since Takuma had done anything but take strolls in the field. Yoshio wasn't a fool and saw what Takuma was trying to do from the blown-up spots littered around where Takuma practiced. However, Takuma had not shown any real progress, which was worrying. Every day in basic training was precious. There was a lot to learn, but not enough time to beat it in. The genin already had 5 years of training. The state couldn't hold them in training anymore. The more time Takuma spent showing nothing on the wall, the less time he would have to catch up with everyone else. I should talk to him today, or should I give him one more day? Yoshio was thinking when he saw Takuma walk towards the wall. Was Takuma going to try climbing the wall? Takuma walked to the wall and touched it for a few seconds before moving a few steps away from it. He's going to run, Yoshio could tell. And that Takuma did. He ran to the wall and placed one foot on the wall, then the second. He leaned forward as he pushed his feet against the wall, and the first step quickly followed, then second, third, and fourth, before he suddenly pivoted his entire body to face sideways and came to a skidding stop. But Takuma didn't fall. He stood perfectly perpendicular to the wall with his feet firmly planted on the vertical surface. Yoshio moved closer. None of his other genin had been able to stop themselves on the wall. They would hurriedly climb until they could no longer. No, he was wrong. Takuma had been able to stay on the wall, only it was with his hands. The other 24 pairs of genin eyes were now also staring at Takuma. Yoshi could sense their thoughts right now. The weird kid had been able to do something none of them could yet do. Well done, Yoshio thought. Takuma had shown progress, substantial progress, and that was enough. Yoshio was about to mark Takuma's progress when he twisted his feet face upward along with his entire body. It couldn't have been more clear what he wanted to do, but before Yoshio could even look up from his little notebook to complete the thought, Takuma had taken off. He ran. One step at a time, Takuma ran up the wall with cheers following up from the ground. The entire wall was empty, sans the one person who continued to scale the wall without hands. 1 meter, 2, 3, 5, 10. Takuma had already crossed 3/4 of the distance when his feet skidded. The grip from the chakra disappeared in an instant, and Takuma lost balance. South close, Yoshio narrowed his eyes. For a moment, he thought Takuma would make it all the way to the top in one run, but it seemed that he was wishing for too much. However, this was enough, more than enough. Takuma's performance would set a fire under his and even other groups and make them play catch-up. With lost grip, the fall started, and Takuma began to plummet. But out of nowhere, Takuma slapped his gloved hands on the wall as he slid down. The next moment, the sole below the toes of his shinobi boots were skidding against the wall. It was like someone decreased the playback speed on Takuma as his fall slowed down until he was midway through the wall with the tip of his fingers and the toes of his feet tethering him to the surface. Takuma shifted his feet until the soles of his feet were wholly pressed against the surface. He then slowly released his hand from the surface and straightened him. For a moment, he flailed around, eliciting gasps from the audience, but Takuma steadied himself and was again standing on the wall. He shifted his head to glance down at the ground for a moment before looking back up. One step, second, third, fourth, fifth. Soon Takuma was already past his highest point, and then beyond. On the top of the wall, two hands with frayed gloves grabbed the edge before Takuma pulled himself up and sat down on the top with his shoulders gently heaving. He looked down at all the people who were looking up at him. For a moment, he stared at them. Then he stood up, his eyes still on them. He raised one hand and began beating his chest as he let out the loudest yell that reached the bottom without getting any quieter. With his notebook and pen in still hands, Yoshio looked atop the wall with surprise in his eyes. The climb was in no way perfect. Takuma had slipped once, and even with the miraculous recovery, it was still considered a broken run. Not to mention, coming down from the wall with tree walking was the harder part. Clap. 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 But Yoshio had to give it to the boy. In 4 days, the kid had scaled up the wall. Faster than even the 1-week 10-day estimate he had set for clan kids. It went against his image, but he clapped. The kid deserved it. Taking his lead, the entire group began to clap for the solitary person standing above them as they looked up at him. Chapter 38, Surrounded by Idiots. As the winter warmed, biting winds turned into cool breezes, which Taro appreciated greatly. If he was to struggle under the sun all day long, then it would very well be with gentle currents keeping him nice and fresh, something that was difficult to maintain with most of his time spent in the gruesome basic training inflicted upon him by the muscle-bound gorilla of an instructor, Chunin Yoshio. He wanted to sit, if not lay down on the grass and enjoy the pleasant weather, but the fear of Yoshio's beating kept him standing. The madman broke bones first and thought about it later. But he had come to appreciate the time spent staring at the large wall as his groupmates tried to run up the wall using only their legs and chakra to scale the wall to complete the tree walking practice challenge set by Yoshio. He would prefer if he had a book in hand to read because watching them put in so much effort and struggle to make it just a few steps higher on the wall than before was honestly exhausting. Alas, reading time outside was limited to when he was patrolling the beat or during lunchtime if he was luckily left alone. However, things had changed on the wall. Back at the start, every person in Yoshio's group would be boosting up the wall, falling down, and then trying again. Repeating the process until the time was over, and they could return to their sweet homes. But for the last few days, the wall had turned empty. He looked at the ground between him and the wall and a dozen people awkwardly walking around, pulling up grass and bursting the ground with their insufficient chakra control. Every step was slow as they took time to apply the chakra grip and then detach it before taking the next step and repeating the process over and over in hopes that it would allow them to scale the wall better and faster. Idiots, he thought. Hadn't they seen how Takuma had done it while practicing on the ground? His awkwardness had lasted less than 15 minutes before reassuming a natural gait. It wasn't that Takuma had learned something they hadn't, he still blew up the ground under his feet plenty of times on the first day. Takuma's easier ground exercise was to eliminate the vertical complexity and made them understand the natural motion of the foot when someone walked. In the back foot, the heel rose first, putting the weight and pressure on the front half, making it so that the chakra going to the entirety of the sole's surface needed to be redirected to only the tenketsu present in the ball and toes to counteract the shift in surface area. The same action happened in the forefoot but the opposite. The grip needed to be established the moment the heel made contact before the chakra was evenly distributed to the entire sole when the whole foot was planted on the surface. By not walking naturally, they were wasting most of the benefits derived from the exercise. Taro silently shook his head. Making all that effort only to waste it because they weren't putting it in a proper manner. He glanced at his teammates. At least there was someone who wasn't wasting their efforts altogether. Nenro, AI, and Masaki clearly had some additional pointers from Takuma as they walked naturally when walking on the ground. Smart of Takuma to leave the finer detail to only his team and let the others struggle their way to the realization. It paid off as Nenro, AI, and Masaki had already moved onto the wall and were scaling up to good heights. Takuma's ground-walking exercise had swept over the group like wildfire after he had successfully scaled the wall in 4 days, faster than anyone, much faster. So much so that it was already the 6th day, and no one else had made it atop the wall. That had swayed more than half of the group to follow in his footsteps. He glanced up at the wall. Some still followed the traditional method, those who had a shinobi background in their family or clan like him. Maybe the other guys didn't want to admit that Takuma, the dead last orphan from the academy, could be better than him. Or perhaps they simply were getting the hang of tree walking through the traditional approach and didn't want to go the other route. Or maybe their mom forces them to practice tree walking at home after their run ragged from a long day of harsh training, Taro thought. The time dedicated to tree climbing practice in the training regiment was his time to rest. After making sure Yoshio was actually not keeping an eye on them, Taro had found that as long as he practiced in the last half hour, Yoshio wouldn't break his legs. His mom made him practice tree walking for an hour at home, so he worked the same 90 minutes as everyone else, and he really didn't want to work more than that. In his opinion, it was a win-win for everyone. A rackety scream followed by a loud fuck sent birds in the trees flying away with their flapping wings echoing in the field. Taro's eyes twitched. It had happened a couple times a day, but he hadn't gotten used to it. Everyone looked at the wall, or to be precise, tried to imagine the scene behind the wall. The front side of the wall was for climbing up, but only those who had scaled up to the top could go on the other side to practice coming down. And out of 25 members of Yoshio's group, only one had reached the top and thus practiced scaling down on the other side. Takuma cursed when he was frustrated. He had done so since they were in the academy and had gotten in trouble for it. Taro had heard Takuma curse more than speak when they were in the academy, but that was because Takuma pretty much never talked to anyone when they were in the academy. Even now, Takuma mostly spoke when he was spoken to. There was another loud scream, and Taro's eyes automatically moved to the left of the wall. After half a minute, Takuma came into view with his hand holding his opposite shoulder as he limped to the Irionin sitting in the distance under a carousel umbrella. Yoshio didn't appreciate cursing while in the presence of a superior-ranked shinobi, and the madman had no qualms about hurting the offenders to get his point across. Takuma was a fool to not understand after having a kunai slice his ear the first time around. Oh! Taro turned his attention away from Takuma to the wall and found himself looking at AI running up the wall. She rose up, and in a couple seconds, AI was in the lead, leaving everyone else on the wall was left behind. AI didn't stop and seemingly had gotten the key to chakra control as she only stopped when she reached the top of the wall. The second person in the group to reach the top wasn't from a shinobi clan, he wasn't even from the Leaf Village. That was going to sting many people. Taro glanced at the proud members of Leaf's shinobi clan. Good for them. Taro was happy for his teammates' success. And he was happy with the breeze on his face. Taro, you need to practice more. Apparently, others weren't happy with his happiness, which wasn't surprising to him as other people seemed to think to make his business their business and poke their noses where he didn't ask them to. It was quite annoying if he was being honest. Taro gazed at his teammates standing in front of him. Usually, they would practice at the wall, but today they seemed to have gained an unwanted interest in him. May I ask why? He said. I'm doing well enough. He wasn't last in the group because Yoshio punished the people lacking behind, so he had kept himself in the middle of the pack, where it was safe. Because you're going to make us lose, said Takuma standing a step behind others with his arms crossed. It was the first time since Taro had turned away Takuma's approach that he said a word to him. Takuma had clearly taken some offense to that. They were still civil, but just not on talking terms. What he means to say is that we want our team to be the first to complete the challenge, Nenro interjected and said with a disarming smile. Taro had to say Okubo Momo had nothing on Ninro when it came to popularity. His teammate was disgustingly popular among their rookie batch. Mr. Sunshine seemingly could get along with anyone thrown at him. Is it really important for us to come first? Taro sighed. It absolutely is, AI said. I want to win the prize. Ah, Taro forgot AI's obsession with coming on top of the weekly leaderboard. They had to do it. But it seemed she was more interested in the prize than coming first. Well, to be honest, I'm not interested in coming first, he shrugged. Why? Masaki sounded confused. If we win, we get mission points. We can buy jutsu from that, you know. How cool it would be to learn cool jutsu. So, come on, let's come first, we can even brag about it. It'll be fun. Too bright, Taro sighed. It was like Masaki had an 4-drip of sugar solution attached to him, keeping him hyper every second of the day. Nah, I'm fine, he said. Mission points were the internal currency prevalent in the Leaf Shinobi organization. They had many uses and could purchase everything from everyday groceries to vacation packages. But one of the most pervasive uses was to access jutsu from the official jutsu archives maintained by the state. With enough mission points, any shinobi could purchase a jutsu scroll and increase their military strength. It was the primary way for shinobi to gain access to the jutsu of their choice, and similar systems existed in the other 4 major shinobi organizations. However, Taro wasn't in dire need of mission points. It was true that he was a rookie genin who needed to learn more practical jutsu to use them on the field, and mission points would be vital for him to not only keep himself safe but also grow as a shinobi, but for him, he didn't need to slog for hours to get few measly points. After all, he could just ask his. Oh, you pathetic piece of shit, said Takuma, his brows hooked and mouth pursed in anger. Takuma, that was rude. AI was shocked as she scolded Takuma. No, that was warranted. Takuma pointed at Taro. He's a spoiled piece of shit who doesn't want to work to gain things. He doesn't care about coming first in the weekly leaderboards or winning the challenge because it doesn't matter to him. Does it, Taro? Tell me I'm wrong. Taro narrowed his eyes. He didn't appreciate the tone Takuma had taken with him. What? Said Nenro. Takuma snorted, a strange expression on the usually calm and silent guy. He doesn't care for mission points because they don't matter to him. He doesn't need to work for them because his parents are shinobi who can use their mission points to buy any jutsu scroll he wants. He told me his mom is a chunin, and what's a simple D-rank jutsu to a chunin, she could probably dump any amount for her pathetic son. That was an exaggeration, and what was the repeated use of pathetic to describe him? Takuma, calm down, Nenro placed his hand on Takuma's shoulder. Takuma shrugged it off and grabbed Taro's collar to pull him up. Not all of us are as coddled and sheltered as you are, who can beg mommy and daddy to get them new toys whenever they want. Some of us have to work for our own shit and not be a mass of utterly useless with no redeeming quality. You're the laziest motherf. Before Takuma could continue, Nenro and Masaki pulled him away from Taro and made him stop talking. Alright, I'm stopping. Takuma pushed them off and walked a few steps away from them. Hey, Taro, come on, let's try, AI said, her usually upbeat tone mellowed down with a pleading in her eyes. AI was cute, and for a moment, Taro contemplated agreeing. The charm of girls was dangerous, Taro thought. Instead, he said, Takuma's right. I don't need the mission points, at least not for a while. Everyone from shinobi clans or those who have shinobi parents get help, and so will I. There's no need for me or anyone else like me to win the challenge or come first in the weekly rankings. Takuma, who was facing away, turned to face Taro. You know, I thought you were a smart guy. I once told you that, he said, shaking his head. But it seems I had judged wrong. You're the most idiotic person I know. Kids with shinobi parents don't have to come first? Yeah, sure, that might be true, and they might not care about coming first or winning, Takuma pointed at the wall, but at least they're fucking trying out there, trying to get better and improve themselves. You, on the other hand, are not only wasting your time but also screwing us along. Takuma scoffed, why stay in the Genin Corps? You said that to me. That if you have to be a Genin, there are many other options. You had said that so nonchalantly. But you know what I think? You're going to be a career Genin because no one will take a useless, lazy piece of shit like you because you're a mommy's boy who can't do anything by themselves. Who would like to hire someone like you? Go screw yourself. Saying that, Takuma walked away in a huff. Masaki threw Taro a look before running after Takuma. I don't want to agree with what Takuma said, but as you're acting now, I can't help but agree with him, said Ninro before walking away with AI. Taro watched them before sighing. He had simply told the truth. People with shinobi children had a clear advantage against civilian-born shinobi. There was a reason why so many Jonin came from shinobi clans. They had the resources and connections that allowed them to allow talented members to rise to the top. You're the most idiotic person I know. He disagreed with that. Instead, he was being smart. He was doing what was expected of him, nothing more, nothing less. You're going to be a career Genin because no one will take a useless, lazy piece of shit like you because you're a mommy's boy who can't do anything by themselves. Who will like to hire someone like you? Taro flicked his neck. He was an efficient person. Doing above and beyond what was mandated wasn't slacking off. He did not desire to be the best at anything because that would only attract more work. He preferred the middle because it was the coziest and most hassle-free. But as you're acting now, I can't help but agree with him. Taro's eyes twitched as he recalled how Ninro, AI, and Masaki had looked at him. He covered his face with his hands and groaned. Shit! He dropped his hand to his waist and hung his head with squinted eyes. Shit! He had to do it now, didn't he? He couldn't take being insulted by the dead last to his face. What would people say if they heard it? They would come to him and laugh and bother him. That sounded totally annoying. What if he scaled the wall before them? Then they wouldn't be able to say anything because they were below the guy who got insulted by the dead last. Yeah, let's go with that, he thought. And with that, Taro took a step towards the wall. Chapter 39, Conflict. Come on, you lazy bastard, you can do it. Takuma yelled at the top of his lungs with his hands framing his mouth as he looked up at the wall with 3 people on the other side of the concrete wall. Standing alongside with him were Ninro, AI, and Masaki, along with another 3 Genin from another team standing in the distance, yelling to the 2 Genin on the wall beside Taro. There were more Genin who observed, but none of them were vocal in their support. Taro, on the wall, clicked his tongue at the sound of Takuma's voice. He glanced at his competition, both in different lanes than him. One was standing a few steps below him, while the other was barely a foot above him. He clenched his jaw, looked directly at the ground, and took a step forward that turned into a couple of quick steps until he was at the same height as the guy previously in front of him. He stepped on the brakes and used both his legs to grip the wall to stop the gravity from pulling him to the ground. The front foot's grip proved insufficient, and it slid a few inches. His team on the ground gasped. Only the solid grip on the back foot kept Taro on the wall as he hurriedly fixed the grip and stopped himself from plummeting to the ground. Taro bent his knees, placing his hands on the wall, and tucked his head down as his shoulders rose and fell. Sir, that counts as a disqualification, said Cho, a teammate of the 2 guys competing against Taro, to Yoshio sitting behind the crowd on his foldable chair. Bullshit! He's still on the wall. Are you blind? AI said viciously and glared at Cho threateningly. Yoshio looked up from his newspaper to AI. I don't appreciate the crass language in front of me, AI. Drop down and give me 40 immediately, you filthy maggot, he said. AI growled in frustration as she got down to do her push-ups. Cho looked ecstatic with glee and stuck her tongue at AI. Yoshio glanced up at the wall. Taro's still on the wall, his run continues, he said to Cho's chagrin. On the wall, Taro's competition both moved forward, immediately pushing him into 3rd place and crossing 3/4 way down from the top. He's not going to make it, Masaki bit on his thumb's nail as he stared intently at Taro. He always falls after crossing the halfway mark. I believe in him, Nenro said, one hand clutching his blonde hair. Takuma breathed out. He felt jumpy watching Taro competing on the wall. It was day 9 of the tree climbing challenge, and half the people had already made it to the top of the wall. Out of them, he, Nenro, AI, and Masaki had already completed the climbing down part of the challenge, leaving only Taro behind them, putting them on top as the favorites to win the tree walking practice challenge. But they had competition. Another team had 3 members who had completed the challenge and had 2 members attempting to successfully climb down without falling down, making it Taro versus 2 others for the mission point prize. Takuma wished he was in Taro's position. He would rather it be him in the clutch to bring the prize home than pin hopes on someone else, even if it meant he had to shoulder the blame if he failed. Unfortunately, somehow his dead last status had betrayed him the one time he actually needed it, and now he had to watch Taro struggle on the last stretch. He could tell that today was going to be the deciding day as compared to yesterday. The 3 had cut down their failure rate by huge margins. They were still falling but much further into their walk down. Why couldn't I have been dumped into a Yamanaka? Takuma lamented. It would have been so much easier if he could have just taken control of Taro's body and won the challenge. You wouldn't have been able to cast the needed jutsu, you dumbass, his voice mocking him in his head. Takuma sighed. Indeed, that would have been the scenario. Taro got up from his crouching position and started walking, taking heavy thumping steps, moving closer to the ground. He passed the other 2 but didn't stop moving or even slow down and kept walking. Don't fall! Takuma yelled. A vein twitched on Taro's forehead. You don't think I know that? He yelled. Shut up! AI yelled at Takuma. Masaki's nail biting got aggressive. Nenro's other hand was now clutching his neck. Taro made the bold move and started running, which was infinitely more complex. Takuma screamed inside his mind, which continued until Taro reached the bottom, stopped near the very bottom, and then smoothly stepped on the grass. Takuma raised his hand, yelled in celebration, and jumped on Taro, with Masaki and AI joining the pile. Good tough me! Taro waved his arms and legs on the bottom of the pile as Takuma and others laughed atop of him. After they untangled, Taro turned to Takuma and said, I'm going to get out of Jinincore before you. Mark that. A comeback response formed in his mind, but Takuma chose to simply smile. He was just thrilled at the moment. The team had grabbed the number 1 position, which meant he was going to get his first mission points as the reward. Yoshio relieved the flimsy-looking chair from bearing his large frame and got up. That marks the end of the tree walking practice challenge, he said. I can't believe that the team with the 2-time failure got first place. I fear for the future of Leaf Shinobi. Takuma didn't mind. He had gotten used to Yoshio's verbal abuse. It would feel strange if he didn't hear Yoshio berate in some way at least once every day. Yoshio ordered them to gather up front, where he addressed everyone in his group. You all have been part of basic training for nearly a month now and have shown varying levels of improvement, disappointing mostly, but improvements nevertheless, and I'm sure a lot of you're feeling good about yourself, Yoshio said as he walked between the 5x5 grid of at-attention Jinin standing in perfect posture. Takuma was indeed feeling good about himself. So much so that he was going to buy some of that expensive meat he saw at the butcher to make himself a scrumptious meal tonight. If you think you have figured it out, think again, because what we were doing till now was what my grandma can do, and she's been dead 20 years, Yoshio yelled at them. From tomorrow, we're going to do some real shinobi training, so enjoy today because you're not going to do it tomorrow. Takuma would have rolled his eyes after hearing such threats day after day, but when the person who said it held no hesitation to beat the crap out of them for practically any offense, Takuma just couldn't ignore the threat as nothing. As the final tournament is a month away, and I want to win so that I can rub it in my friend's face, from tomorrow, the restrictions on sparring will be lifted, said Yoshio. Takuma moved his eyes to see if others knew what Yoshio was talking about. From tomorrow, usage of ninjutsu and jinjutsu is permitted. Weapons of your choice are now allowed. Smoke bombs and explosive tags are fair game. Anything that you think you can use to kill your opponent, bring it from tomorrow because I'm going to allow it to be used. Yoshio's words echoed in Takuma's ears. Their spars had been restricted to taijutsu and the standard shinobi weapons like they had been in the academy. Even in his spars against Maraboshi, the rules had been the same. An unrestricted spar was unknown territory for him. Every spar you're going to be part of from here on out will be unrestricted, as that's what real life is like. The spars are going to teach you how to incorporate other skills into your fighting skill, which I suppose for many of you is nothing but taijutsu. Takuma raised his hand. Sir, what if we don't know any ninjutsu other than the Academy 3? He asked. Yoshio's hearty laughter sounded sinister to Takuma. Then you better use those mission points to buy some jutsu because I'm sure many of your friends here already have jutsu in their arsenal, prepared to be used. Yoshio came by Takuma and placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. And I'm going to make you spar with each other every day. They're going to use those jutsu on you every chance they get, and while I'll make sure you don't die, there's only so much I can do about the pain. I'm sure you understand, right, Takuma? Takuma stood rigid as Yoshio's hand left his body, but he could still feel it weighing down on his shoulder. He glanced around the grid and saw the others looking at him. Some had a hint of smiles on their faces. Cho had an especially nasty grin on her face. He wasn't looking forward to tomorrow. What are you going to buy? Masaki asked as they walked home together after training ended. Nenro and AI had taken off together, and Takuma's place was in the opposite direction. Are you going to buy a jutsu? It doesn't make sense to save the mission points in this situation, said Takuma. We can only get mission points if we rank number 1 in the weekly leaderboard, and spars are a big part of it. With ninjutsu included, competition is going to get tough. If we don't learn jutsu of our own, we're definitely going to be left behind. He was no Rock Lee who could make a career out of taijutsu. He needed supernatural weapons of destruction to help him. And I really don't want to get thrashed in every spar. Believe me, I tried that. I'm over it. Not fun at all. Plus, he was sure these new spars would hurt a lot. In their group, not a single group had ranked number 1 multiple times. And while their group hadn't placed number 1, they had been number 2 twice because of Nenro and Masaki's sparring and because they were never messed up in the drills. With the unrestricted spars, their positioning was yet again at risk. I have no idea what I'm going to get, Takuma said. He didn't even know what jutsu was there in the library and if there were any good ones he could buy with his mission points. He just hoped there was some variety. What about you? He asked. Masaki shrugged. I'll talk with Nenro and AI. Do you want to come with us tomorrow? Takuma shook his head. He was going to consult with Maraboshi, the wisest person he knew, about which jutsu he should choose. It was an important choice because, with his track record, it could take anywhere from 1 day to 2 months to learn this jutsu, and if he was going to get his ass kicked into the dirt while he worked hard to learn this jutsu, so it better be good and worth the pain and effort. Even though he could see the hard days in front of him, he couldn't help but feel excited about learning a new jutsu. This was going to be his first practical jutsu, a significant addition to his toolbox that would define his combat style. Takuma said goodbye to Masaki before heading toward Maraboshi's home to visit his teacher, whom he hadn't seen in a month since he had started basic training. Chapter 40, Losing Again. Takuma rested his temple on his palm as he flipped through the thick pages of an old binder in front of him, reading the small font that populated the page. He knew choosing a jutsu would be difficult, but spending 3 hours flipping through D-rank jutsu catalogs in the jutsu archives for the last 4 days hadn't been part of his plan. Ninjutsu divided into 5 elemental categories, the various jutsu that didn't fit in the elemental categories, and Jinjutsu. There were so many choices to pick from. While not unlimited, there were double-digit jutsu in each elemental release, the same with Jinjutsu and the miscellaneous category. The freedom of choice was paralyzing. Only if the timing had been different. His initial plan of relying on Maraboshi's rich shinobi experience had fallen on its head when he went to Maraboshi's house only to be told by the neighbor that Maraboshi had left for a mission last week and wasn't scheduled to return for the next couple weeks. Takuma groaned. If only the mission points had arrived a week earlier, he wouldn't be having this problem. I should have prepared for my first jutsu the moment I knew about mission points, but Takuma didn't have that foresight. He pushed the binder away and pulled in the pocket notepad to add another jutsu to his shortlist list. Not all D-rank jutsu priced similarly, and with the mission points he had, he could only get those within his price range. Seeing the more expensive D-rank jutsu made him want to hold back on the purchase and maybe try to get more before buying one, but knowing that wasn't a choice, he was grateful that his poverty had restricted his choices. If not, he would be visiting the archives for weeks trying to pick one out. He flipped through the tiny pages, each featuring a jutsu that interested him. Earth release, water release, ninjutsu that fell under the Bukijutsu category, jinjutsu, and many others that served defensive or offensive purposes. Takuma stared at the list for who knew how long before he got up and placed the catalog binders in their place on the shelves. The jutsu archives were separated by grades E- and D-rank jutsu were placed in the same library, while C- and B-rank were stored in other locations. He was curious to know if there was even an A-rank library, as those jutsu were considered in the same category as precious treasures. According to Taro, even Jonin had difficulty raking up enough mission points to purchase A-rank jutsu. That's why it grinded his gears to think there existed a clan that could just copy jutsu by seeing someone performing. He could understand why Orochimaru was so obsessed, read_as, horny, for Uchiha's Sharingan. Choosing his jutsu really put the Sharingan's cheat-like abilities into perspective. If I knew something like this would happen, I would have read the Rasengan training chapters until I was dreaming about them. Takuma regretted not being a massive Naruto fan. If he knew how Rasengan worked, not only could he learn it without forking out mission points, he would have a powerful B-rank jutsu or whatever rank Rasengan was considered. If it was good enough for the protagonist and the fourth Hokage, it was more than good enough for him. He moved deeper into the archive until he arrived at the section in the back with a small counter. The counter was embedded into the wall and was made from heavy steel. Takuma looked at the shinobi standing behind the counter through the glass that was lined with a chain-link fence. "I would like to exchange my mission point for a jutsu," Takuma said. "ID," said the shinobi after staring at Takuma for a few silent seconds. Takuma slid his shinobi registration card through the semicircular cutout in the glass where it met the steel counter. The shinobi took it and, without looking at it, passed it to someone behind the wall. He tried to lean his head to check but couldn't spot anyone. He assumed it had gone for verification of some kind. The shinobi and Takuma stared at each other for the next 2 minutes. Takuma was sure the shinobi was playing the staring game with him because the man hadn't blinked once since the start. When Takuma's ID returned, the shinobi said, "Which jutsu would you like to exchange for?" "Raitun, Shaku," Takuma announced his choice. As the name suggested, Raitun, Shaku, lightning release, shock, was a lightning-type jutsu. It was a simple jutsu that sent out a lightning bolt that caused light shock damage and stunned them for a moment. It was a Pokemon move if Takuma had seen one. But that wasn't the reason he had chosen it. Of course not. The jutsu had a simple enough usage that it could be used in a variety of situations, whereas there were jutsu that would only work when certain conditions were met. Like the immortal guy in Akatsuki, whose name Takuma couldn't recall even if his life depended upon it, used the strange jutsu that required the target's blood. It was super powerful, but it wouldn't work in the absence of a blood sample. Takuma preferred if his jutsu had a simple use case that he could spin it in any situation. Thus his choice. Shooting a lightning bolt was as simple as it could get. There was another stare down as the shinobi behind the counter handed a slip of paper to the person who Takuma couldn't see. This time Takuma didn't try to blink, but he lost midway through. His opponent was too formidable and stoic. "Check your details and sign the form if you consent for the mission points in your account to be deducted in exchange for receiving Raitun, Shaku," said the man, pushing a form and pen from the hole in the glass. "Please know that the transaction will be finalized once you sign this form. You can't return the jutsu scroll afterward with the excuse that you'd like to exchange it with another one." "I understand." Takuma gave his verbal confirmation and checked the form before signing it. The shinobi checked the form before finally pushing a light lime green scroll through the hole. Takuma checked the scroll name and registration number unique to Raitun Shaku as he was instructed on the first day he came to the archives. "Thank you," Takuma said as he stared at the scroll in hand. Was his choice correct? He honestly didn't know. Only time would tell if he would come to regret his decision. "Congratulations, Team 5, you were number 1 last week on the leaderboard," said Yoshio first thing on Monday morning. "Oh, come on!" Takuma all but yelled at the announcement. Yoshio's eyes sharpened as he glared at Takuma. "Do you have any problem with my decision, Takuma?" "I can revert my decision and give the points to another team," he said, raising his steel baton. "Sir, no, sir," Takuma said loudly as he felt AI pinch and twist a point in his back. The girl was a glutton for mission points. "That's what I thought," Yoshio said. Then told Takuma to do 30 push-ups with AI sitting on his back. After the push-ups, the group went for their daily run around the large running grounds. Their AI elbowed him in the side and hissed, "Are you mad? What would you've done if he took back our points?" "Sorry, I already said I'm sorry," he said. "I just feel like an idiot." "Huh, why?" Takuma felt like crying. "I went to the Jutsu archive yesterday and exchanged my points for 1, he said. He would have waited 1 day if he knew they would be number 1 in the rankings. He would have had so many more choices if he had waited. Why did we win so suddenly? Why were you complaining?" AI elbowed him again. "The tree walking practice challenge," Taro chimed in his flat voice. "The next team took 2 more days. I thought it was obvious we were going to win." Taro's 2 competitors in tree walking practice weren't able to get down without falling for 2 more days. "Why didn't you tell me?" Takuma felt like not running anymore and just dropped to the ground and go to sleep to escape the frustration he was feeling. "I don't dream about that you wanted to know, stupid," said Taro. The conversation ended there. Takuma knew that no one was going to talk about their jutsu. Secrecy and the element of surprise was a powerful tool. They were friends and training teammates, but they fought each other in sparring and everyone wanted to win, thus, keeping the secret gave them an advantage. Even if it only lasted only 1 fight before people started to strategize against the jutsu. After the conditioning start of the day, Yoshio told them to gather around to start the first sparring sessions. Unlike the academy, there was no fighting circle. Yoshio calling the fight and submission was the only way to reach the end of the battle. "Takuma and Kimiko," Yoshio announced. "Shit," Takuma clicked his tongue as he got up from where his team sat and made his way to Yoshio. He glanced to the side and saw a girl with a bob cut dressed in a white and lavender skirt kimono with a sword scabbard attached to her hip. Take Torai Kimiko from the Take Torai clan was the second one to complete the tree walking practice challenge after him. She was in his academy classroom and one of their class's better fighters. Given that she was in the Genin Corp, her Jonin sensei had failed her. But from what Takuma had seen, she was definitely not Genin Corp material. She should have been in a Jonin-led team. "You know the rules. Get started," Yoshio said before walking away. Takuma made the seal of confrontation, and he swore Kimiko's usually cold and stoic eyes were glaring at him as she mirrored him. Shit. He had noticed that look since the day he had completed the tree walking practice challenge. It wasn't overt, but any time their eyes met, Takuma knew she was bothered by him completing the challenge before her. "Start." The moment Yoshio's words sounded, Takuma jumped back to make some distance between them because he knew that was the best decision from the spars he had seen since Yoshio's unrestricted combat announcements. Shin Kimiko put her hand on the sword hilt and unsheathed her katana. The sharp blade shimmered under the sun. The better fighter in the academy had been a Take Torai clan member who wasn't allowed to use a sword. Take Torai literally meant bamboo cutter and was a shinobi clan specializing in their special swordplay that revolved around. Kimiko stepped forward, and suddenly Takuma felt cornered even as he jumped back as the girl in front of him erased distance faster than he could create. Shit! Takuma put his kunai in front of him as he saw the shorter girl breach his personal space, and before he could even put on his guard, she swung her sword at him. Ryup! Revolved around speed. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you on part 3. Peace.